Well, I mean, Ernest Hemingway was Deadpool.
Yeah, and now there goes my outro. Hello, everybody. Just before I got interrupted by Spino, we've also got Grimachi, we've got the amazing S-Jew, we've got Focus Break Searle, we've got Che Queen Vara. You still have to work that out, mate. I don't... A little shorter. Please.
It's my username.
And we've also got Mr. Stir Core. It's been one of those weeks, hasn't it, really?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone having a good one. Yes, Harmful Opinions is God, of course. There's no... Do we even need to say that at this point? How is Harmful doing, anyway? Harmful, where have you been, mate? It's been a while since he's been on. I get worried. I'm going to have to go out to Oxford soon.
You think he's being abducted or something?
Could be. We don't know.
Bandit could have got him, finally.
So...
He's run out of opinions to weaponize. He needs more stock.
Yeah.
So Grim, how's your week been? How's the book thing going? Have you managed to get your the thing together?
The thing's funded, so yeah, I've started writing already, up to about 8,000 words or so.
What was it like? If you don't give me money, I'm not going to write this. Fuck you.
Well, you know, gig economy and freelancing and working for yourself is pretty unreliable, so I just wanted to make sure I could get some money to
That's right, kids. That's right. Don't get a job in creative industries. It ain't worth it.
I know you feel.
No, it sucks.
Become an accountant.
Everyone extra who comes in is more competition. So whatever you do, don't go into creativity, kids.
Yes. Go into accounting.
Be like a bank teller or something.
Yeah. We need more like
the
you.
The worst thing you could do for Grim is to do it as your hobby for free.
Yeah, don't do that thing. So how's it?
Go professional or just don't do it at all.
I'd ask Spino how his week has been, but that seems to be quite a long question.
Yeah, let's not get into that.
Hang on a second. I've got 8 hours to waste on this fucking channel, and you're telling me not to get into a topic. I don't think that's good. I don't think that's not going to happen. It's just going to be an elephant sat there, just poking you on the shoulder, kind of going, "Are you not going to talk about me?"
I want that topic to be buried and forgotten. So
Yeah.
Well, let's dance around it somewhat, and at least concentrate on the protagonists involved.
Nothing. No, Robin. No.
Dancing is wrong.
Are you telling me what I can and can't do on my own show?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh right, okay then. As long as I know. So we have to be the only stream this week that doesn't say anything about what Spino's going through.
Yes.
That's just weird.
Skeptical.
Yeah, it's our selling point.
Yeah.
Okay then, guys, you
if
can.
you time have been sick and tired of all this shit going on with Spino, please come here to the open house where we'll have Spino and not mention any of it.
Or at least make a rather roundabout way of trying not to. What the fuck happened to Spino? You see, some people don't even know.
And that's probably a good
This
thing.
is a glorious opportunity to start some brand new shit with Spino.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Well,
So
Spino
what
basically
happened
went on and
is-
about the Jews again, and, shit exploded
Yes,
from
but
that.
he does that every week. Now, the actual drama is he recently came out here to his girlfriend that he's not actually trans, much to her dismay.
Oh, God. Now you spoiled it for everybody.
He's trans gypsy, come on, you bigot.
No, but he's not a trans
I think
woman.
Spino is a male-to-male trans.
Nailed.
He's a female doppelganger
Whatever
of
that is.
himself.
Yeah, I'm really trying to figure out what that is.
It's a
Look at
trap.
Spino.
Is that ContraPoints? Oh. Ooh.
So yeah, there have been a few people that have been inviting others to come along, and I'm just seeing what's going to happen with there. But you never know. I got one guy who's basically just going asking every single major YouTuber or whatever like that, would you like to come on the open house? It's like, good luck with that. And it's like, do you want me to stop? Carry on, mate. Makes it easier on me.
Well, I've asked perception check and harmful opinions.
Fuck's
Think of it
sake,
as
Cyril.
pre-PR, I guess.
Cyril's a trap, confirmed.
I think I didn't realise there was any doubt on this.
Yeah, I know.
And perception responded by saying she has work tonight, so she's busy.
Well then, fuck you, perception check. This is what people are like. So disappointing on Saturdays. So I did a Saturday, so none of you should be working. Aren't you Jewish? Everyone should be Jewish for Saturdays and Christian for Sundays.
And Muslim for Fridays.
Why Fridays? You need to... at least I've got some sort of thing backing up what I just said there. What is the underlying conclusion backing up your...
No, I want to drink on a Friday. I'm not being Muslim on Fridays.
That's right.
But what sect of Islam? Because some of them don't.
Can I have
ban
more
alcohol.
rum? Naked one?
What's the really conservative Islam? Is
Wahhabi.
Oh, yeah.
Just on its own, baby. I'm happy. It's nice. It's good supping rum. We're going with Mount Gay tonight. No, not Brokeback Mountain. Mount Gay rum. It was on offer.
Rest is mine. Kidding. We're doing cocktails after, so it's not just.
I'm happy to do cocktails. That's all right. But I thought I'd just have a little sup, a little bit of sup and whiskey.
Coconut and pineapple
But
daiquiri.
in rum form.
Gays, then cock and tail is going to be involved.
Oh god.
I don't mix my
There are
drinks.
some lovely cabins on that mountain.
We don't have whiskey.
We don't have whiskey. What sort of a house is this?
Don't mix your drinks because we only have rum. There's nothing else.
Well, we need more. We need more spirits.
Well, go to the shop.
Off you go then.
You're right.
No, I'm busy. I've got work to do.
Why? That's my job.
This is a job. This is effort. This takes hours.
No, it doesn't.
I don't know.
The job is called bar wench, not bar dude.
So, when is your book coming out then, Grimace?
I don't know, but before September.
I have a plan, and I've left it in the dog.
I've set aside 2 months to write it. I reckon I'll be finished before then. I've got an offer from someone to edit it on the cheap, so even if we don't hit that stretch goal, then it will still get edited. So it depends how long that takes. But before September.
I hear the people of XYZ Chan, or whatever the fuck they call themselves. Oh, is it End Chan or something?
End Chan, yeah, the dregs of GG Revolt who've been cast out of everywhere else.
Yeah,
Bringing the internet.
Are they not even allowed on 8chan these days?
They're not even allowed on 8chan. Their book got deleted for some reason, and then they spanned some huge conspiracy theory about it, and then they ended up on N-chan.
Oh, this has got to be good. This has got to be
Very
good.
consistent, strict code. Like they're not just going to ban you because they feel like it. That means they did something.
I was IP banned for 4chan there for a month.
What did you do?
I don't even know. I don't remember.
Were you the edgy 14-year-old posting nude selfies?
No.
What did you do on 4chan to get yourself banned? If you can get banned from 4chan...
What do you mean these, so?
Yeah. No, I think I was calling for... I might have been like... I actually don't even remember. I think I might have said something about a raid. And I think there's a no raid rule now. I didn't even know that.
No raiding allowed on 4chan.
Yeah, and so I think I got banned from that. But I can't remember.
Finally.
Yeah, you're not allowed to discuss the raids.
You're only allowed to. You're only allowed to arrange the raids. There.
I think
it's not what it used to be. It's barely a 1chan now.
Is it? Does anyone here actually use IRC anymore?
Not anymore. They used to.
Yeah, it's no. It's had a bit of a resurgence with the obviously people who took the Matrix to heart, and now suddenly.
Or just the Snoopers Charter maybe.
Oh bollocks! No, it's just fucking edgy kids being edgy. Oh look, I'm not being observed. Yeah, you are being observed. Anyone can read this shit. Sorry, you're not. If they think if anyone thinks that IRC is some sort of bastion of free speech where nobody can see what you're saying, you really don't understand what IRC is about. It's not like the undernet.
Oh, what the hell is wrong with these people?
Hey, I'm talking in text. Yes, text is quite easy to decipher.
No. It's quite easy to get security. All you have to do is come up with a 15 gigabyte encryption key, put it on a physical hard drive, walk it to the other person, install it in their computer with a specialist thing designed so if it's pulled out, it will settle a thermite charge. Put the same thing in your computer, and then using those keys as security.
Do that thing.
That seems very practical.
Actually,
It's not.
You just need an algorithm that has non-invertible functions.
So,
Yes, but that's
veterans,
normal
educate us
security.
all on economics of thought.
The economics of cryptography.
Yes, cryptocurrencies.
No, that's not what I said.
I know, but shh,
But
it sounds similar.
basically, the economics of it.
Let it be.
Oh God, you got him started.
Get
Let it be.
a degree, get paid. End of algorithm.
There we go.
Yeah, I was really hoping that would go on for those 2 hours.
See, we're having a real hard job not talking about what's happened to Spino, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yep.
What's this about Spino?
Nothing. Spino's never had anything happen to him. He's just basically a drifter on the internet, and nobody ever speaks to
How's the
Spino.
stab wound on the leg doing?
It's alright, it's healing up.
Oh, by the way,
you understand
Spino.
in those action movies, those stunts and stuff, that's special effects. They don't actually just do that and then survive.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. The long heritage of people in the stunt category getting killed for their craft.
Flan in the chat says that they still use IRC.
Well, then you're the saddest.
It would be Flan, wouldn't it? And Silver Fox says, Spino who?
Yeah, might as well just use AOL at this point.
If you're using IRC, that just shows that you're either over 40 and just don't like to change, or you're under 20 and think that this is.
What is RSC?
What is IRC?
Oh, IRC, whatever the term.
Internet Relay Chat.
What's someone under the age of 20?
It's the thing we used to use when we wanted to talk to each other and there wasn't Facebook.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we wanted to pirate software.
But basically instant messaging.
No, that was DC++.
Yeah, that was not.
Let me just
was
hark
not a
you back
thing
to a time. Yeah, let's hark up ourselves back to a time. Let's do the Wayback Machine. And in the now that we're in the Wayback Machine, yeah, we're living in the world where your internet would be cut off by somebody kind of going, "Oh, I must ring my mum." In those horrible heady days where your mum picks up the phone and kind of goes, "What's that noise?" and you're like, "Mum, I just lost 4 megabytes of download."
Yeah, because you had to do it in one go, uninterrupted.
Yeah.
I remember.
Well, here's what you do: just take the fucking phone, and if your mom comes in, just tell her not to fucking pick it up.
Yeah,
Done.
we used IRC to organise clan events and just fuck about on the internet and talk shit. And then there was just some people that were basically kind of going, "Oh my god, this is like the Matrix, man." And those people are still there. We're not.
Now,
Is it like
they
Matrix?
use IRC along with everything else, you penis. I'm not a caps lock chat partisan, end caps lock, like Robin.
Flan.
And despite using caps lock there, did not capitalize your name.
Ooh.
Get the fuck out of English!
So yeah, so we're going to be spending the next 4.5 hours not talking about what's happened to Spino. So if you've got a topic that we can use to keep that going, let us know.
Oh, there is a topic, by the
Ooh,
way.
what are we gonna? Are we going to talk about meat? Are we?
I hope so.
No, Mr. Rhubarb is not here yet, so.
Imagine my shock.
But there is
I
this
am-
outrage on the internet because.
Oh no, an outrage on the internet today? That's unheard of.
Because here's the thing, there are 2 theaters in the United States, just 2 theaters in the entire country.
You missed the R, Flan. What is wrong with you?
With select screens, not even all the screens, select screens that are having a ladies' night, a girls' only viewing of Wonder Woman.
Oh my god.
What happened? Sorry, I didn't listen to this. I was too busy supping my lovely rum.
Nobody seems to be upset about it for some reason.
I actually saw saw Sandre streams just before popping in, and one of his guests was basically, I don't know who it was, but she seemed to come across like some batty old lady who just didn't really understand anything. Like, she openly admitted to not understanding anything about finance, and then criticized politicians for not having an answer when she asked her, like, oh, well, how are you going to do that then? Whenever they had a proposal, it's like, if you openly admit you don't understand how any of it works, what answer were they going to give you?
Well, this is
One of the things, when it was mentioned, when this cinema thing was mentioned, she was just like, oh, have you heard what they've done? And it's like, she clearly took it very seriously.
Oh, no. Oh my god.
It's not anything serious, but I don't understand why people have such issue understanding why people are upset. Okay, supposedly this is this big feminist event, and supposedly, as we all know, according to the dictionary, wink wink, feminism's all about equality. So they're having this big thing in cinemas. It's not just the one, it's more cinemas as well, and it's 2 showings now.
More than one cinema, the horror.
Right? So they're excluding men from the event while claiming that it's this big feminist, thing. So that's what's annoying people, the hypocrisy of saying that you're excluding men, and the reason you're giving is that it's somehow this great egalitarian wonderful thing. That's what's pissing people off. I don't think it's that major. I don't think it's that major. I don't think it's worth making a huge fuss about. But I understand why people are upset.
Yeah, I do have a problem with it because
people who are taking it hilariously seriously.
No, I do take it seriously because it doesn't include non-binary people. It says women. I don't really like that. It's very oppressive. I mean, I would have preferred.
Okay, you're actually missing.
No, they have said that female identifying people can go. So just go down there.
Stop.
Full
You're missing the most.
Ask to go in.
You're missing the big issue here. Would they accept Lauren Southern? Someone
she identifies as
a man in Canada.
Oh.
Would they accept her in screening?
She is Canadian.
So no.
Are any
Canadians count as female?
Are any MGTOWs or MRAs taking this seriously?
I'm sorry, could you say F5 again, please?
Yeah.
Oh god.
I don't know.
If you want to go and look at
He said nothing.
Are any MRAs or MGTOWs taking this seriously?
if you
Of course they are.
Man, then of course they are. If you like to look at normal people, then no.
Gender is a social construct unless you're a woman.
Yeah, exactly. Everything's a social construct except being gay.
It's a socialist construct.
Can I just point
AKA
something out
Sargon of
I
Akkad.
find annoying just because of the sheer stupidity of it? When people say social construct, they don't mean it doesn't exist.
Yeah, what they mean. Yeah, what they mean is that there's a level of human categorization.
They mean it's a convention.
One for you, Grimmy.
Well, that's going to get your stream banned.
No, you can't. No, only you guys can see this.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just
Thank you.
marvel.
Secret cabal.
Marvel.
Cabal.
Marvel at those nips.
Now you're just baiting the audience. It's like, what the fuck are they looking at?
Yeah, we're looking at stuff that you can't see.
Looking at
Evil laugh in your direction.
It's kind of disturbing.
Hashtag evil laugh.
I prefer the Twitter handle autistic nudes. Autistic nudes.
Yeah,
Why has nobody done a parody account of V called Hard On for Sargon? I'm very upset.
What? No. They should, if they're gonna do a parody account of V, they should call him Re.
They should call it.
Yeah, I get it.
They should call him Dr. Nick Substitute.
Or Dr. Gypsy or something like that.
Hey guys, V sauce here, and then just have a VE maybe.
Hey, Spino, actually, Spino, people have a responsibility to call people out for like bad actors, not just the left, but the right as well, Spino. Wouldn't you agree? So when I describe myself as like the sane Nazi, and you're just like, no, I think you're like some kind of Stalinist. It's like, come on. Where's my criticism? Why aren't you making videos about me telling me that I'm wrong for trying to cook people or whatever the word is? That's the wrong word. It's the opposite one. Red pill. Yes.
The opposite of cook
There's
is
cucking
red
and there's red pilling.
I don't know.
I believe I believe
Pick a side.
it's you're either red pilling or you're something related to Harry Potter. I think that's how it
Or you're a
works.
normie.
Or something related to Harry Potter.
Mm.
Does he have a fucking fidget spinner?
You're red pilled or you're Voldemort.
Is that a fidget spinner?
At least he's not wanking.
That's what you think.
Or crux. No, you can't really conjugate that word very well.
I'd like to congratulate Sargon of Akkad for still tweeting.
What?
Well, I wouldn't have by now.
Why?
Well, just him.
Jesus, Rob.
I have
Get
to
over Sargon.
Come on, yeah, you're.
Hey! I'm not the one who's not over Sargon yet.
now,
Lucas for
Robin.
that.
Robin, it's been a while now.
Well, I thought I'd bring it up again.
Maybe
I thought...
see other people.
I think we're missing the most important thing here, and that's, ladies and gentlemen at home. Subjective has a fucking fidget spinner he's playing with on cam.
I think the most important thing
cam
right
girl.
now is the fact that the
I'm a fidget cam girl.
the Xenon 1T has still not found any dark space. The stupid thing that nobody knows.
Oh, thank you for clarifying.
Black people?
No. There's this dark matter thing called the Xenon 1T.
Oh yeah, the majority of the universe. We still haven't found that yet.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. This is I asked Kraus if he'd sort of like kind of go, make me a bet. How long before this thing is running before somebody turns around and kind of goes, I think we might have got our calculations wrong. That's the most important question in the world right now.
Yeah.
Well,
But no-
the thing is, dark matter isn't actually something that was thought up by calculations. There is an observed amount of matter that is out there, and stuff is behaving like there's
Lies.
an amount of matter
So
that we can't see.
Either
So
that or our
is-
calculations are wrong.
yeah, well, yeah, isn't that based upon a calculation? It's like X amount of matter, and then
It's based upon the gravity is meaning that this is spinning too fast.
yeah,
You
so
can't see that much matter there, meaning that it has to be wrong.
So you're
this
saying,
is of course
like-
assuming the gravity is uniform throughout the whole of the
Yeah,
galaxy,
I
the
just
laws of
to
gravity.
clarify,
So the
physicists
calculations
do
to be
not.
wrong. The laws of gravity would have to change in different locations.
Yeah, well, physicists don't necessarily operate under the assumption that their set of equations are correct. They're always looking for slightly better versions. They don't necessarily put these in high school textbooks. The actual equation used to calculate gravity, for example, is fucking huge, and that's just writing down the notation format of it. It's you would look at that and you would be like,
Maggie!
Yeah, you would look at this gravity equation and you just go, I'm going to take a pottery instead. Fuck this math shit. So, they're always looking for just whatever describes reality best.
If it's a really complicated calculation, it's probably wrong.
Oh, is that whole, if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it. And
E equals
therefore,
MC squared is pretty fucking simple.
Yeah, well, an offhand. Okay, what does it mean?
Oh, what the fuck is this? Yeah, I looked up list of equations in gravity and. Oh,
Okay.
It just means matter is energy.
You see, what did I tell you? So
Although E equals
comes and
MC
looks at the
squared
gravity
is an
equations
incredibly
and says,
short.
fuck off.
E equals
I made a
MC squared
prediction,
is
and it
only
was
a
correct.
part of a much longer equation that describes the potential energy of an object based upon its momentum, temperature, and mass.
I'd like to
It looks
apologise for
about
the technical error that we had earlier in the open house. Ever so sorry, folks. Maggie was using the blender. It won't be happening again. I'm very sorry. We'll work towards making it better.
You
Thanks a
can throw
lot.
the blender out the window.
It's going to happen one more. Can I get some warning next time? Thank you. I didn't know.
Okay.
I knew when
Take
the
the
sound
domestic
happened.
away.
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry. Professional. Hello.
So can we make Ariana Grande's terrorist attack a political sort of a thing for our own benefit? I think that's what we should be doing.
I believe there was a terrorist incident at Portland recently.
I don't know that we should be doing that, Fenian. Making jokes about Ariana Grande's concert might blow up in our face.
Yeah, I mean, if do you know what? I'd like to make a comment about this, about all these jokes that people have been having around this year. Could you maybe not use puns? Just that.
That's fair enough, bro.
They were one of the most British terrorists to have ever existed because they waited until the end of the concert to detonate the bomb.
Well, after all,
Thus
people paid good money.
Exactly, thus providing an encore for the show that was not planned, and thus adding to the experience. Unfortunately, this is also a tactically brilliant move because they did wait until people went to the exit.
It's called British terrorism for British people. That's what it's about.
Because they allowed themselves to be tortured, and they're like, okay, now we'll relieve them after listening to Ariana Grande. So, you know, I think they've actually been quite kind. I'm going out there. My sisters are kind. Going out there and saying it.
Are you saying people are so incredibly stupid as to go to a concert when they have never heard of the performer?
I've known people to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, people will do that.
Yeah.
I personally,
I guess it depends how cheap it is. If it's expensive, then they'd have to be pretty fucking wealthy and stupid.
I personally think that the entire thing with that particular bombing was a bit of a bad show for the security team that was there.
Yeah, true.
Because I mean, if you can imagine, they've just been basically just sitting there, you know, just searching all these girls coming through there and through there and through there, and then there's some guy in his 20s. The fuck? What are you doing here, man? That will be an extra search in my mind.
I just really love Ariana Grande so much. Oh, I love her.
Well, it happened outside the things. He didn't actually go through the security.
Yeah, he hadn't been through the security, so...
He was in fact, that was probably why it happened at the end when they were leaving.
Well, there you go. Bad security.
What?
There was no security. That's called bad security. If nobody was checking this person as they were going in, then there was no security there. That means bad security.
He didn't get in.
Where did he go?
Just outside.
There we go.
That's not in.
Oh my God.
Robin, there's this thing called in and out.
Should a concert search everyone near the premises?
Yes.
Look at that one. He's brown. Get him.
Yes.
You remember that Mexican student who got shot on the subway because people had that "it's a brown man, get him" attitude?
Better be safe and sorry.
I'm going to need a drink if we're going to be doing this. I'll be right back.
Good thing I have my
Grim, why didn't you think of that beforehand? I'm having a... I'm having
objective is now jacking off with the fidget spinner bouncing as knob.
Now, if you are interested in keeping up with the open house on its cocktail rota, you need to get yourself a mixture of pineapple and coconut oil, or milk, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And then it's frozen into ice, and then with real pineapple. And then blended with rum. It's very nice.
Like a sorbet that very good.
I approve.
Pretty good, actually.
Yeah, that sounds lovely.
You were skeptical.
And it is nice.
You were skeptical, and I told you it was gonna work.
I have to be skeptical. It's my job.
See what I did there?
Hey guys,
Magda, I have to be skeptical because I am part of the community.
No, we call it a cult.
Even about them sweet and lovely things.
Magda, I'm doing a show here.
Have you seen the latest video from Paul Joseph Crazy Person Watson?
I didn't know he was going by that name now.
He's always gone by that name.
I'm trying to get micro.
Against his will.
I don't even watch the guy, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, whatever. I am subscribed. In fact, I may have notifications turned on for the Alex Jones channel because that is gold. But yeah,
no, it's not. It's not even funny. I don't understand why people would like this. This man is crazy. Go outside. There's crazy people all over the place. You can just sit there and point fingers at someone selling fucking pencils from a cup.
Yeah, but Alex Jones secure, so you don't feel bad laughing at him.
You don't feel bad.
Well, because he's obviously, doing well for himself.
Yeah, that makes you feel good, does it?
Like, it would be fun.
But the scenario you suggested essentially involves looking for homeless people.
Yeah, you know.
You get the same information.
Yeah, you know what would be funny if X Jones said, yeah, it did turn out that that's just a personality of his. You meet him in real life, in private, he's like this calm guy who's always...
No, he is. He is. Joe Rogan's remarked upon it God knows how many times now. Is that when he's talking to him, the moment he knows the cameras are on, he's sort of like talks like he's about to talk about sort of like some wrestling.
You remember him on the BBC? He went on the Sunday Politics or something.
Oh my God, that was awful.
Oh God.
Yeah, but the thing is, he got that far without them knowing even the slightest inkling that he was gonna even start saying shit like that.
Oh, they knew he was going to do that. That's what he does.
Yeah. Oh, the showrunners probably did, yeah, because they will have checked up like who he is and stuff.
And he won't be invited again.
At this point, like
we
when
need
he
an
knows
insane person, and Boris Johnson's booked up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So
Boris Johnson is kind of a disappointment when it comes to being insane, because he clearly isn't. He just isn't smart. Well, you know, he's just not smart enough. Like, maybe if he was smarter, he would constitute being insane. I don't know.
Now, apart from
He's
Habib...
not insane or stupid or anything. Boris Johnson is just a toff. That's actually how some people in Britain speak.
Do you know who he? Do you know who he reminds me of? Do you know he reminds me of? Grim, you'll know this one. Tim Nice but Dim.
Yeah.
That's him in a nutshell.
Yes.
He is Tim Nice but Dim, but
I seem to
somebody who
recall it
actually
was
managed to get elected.
Tim Nice but Dim.
Smashing bloke. Yeah.
He had a friend, didn't he?
We're now in Britland. We're surrounded by British people with, apart from obviously Habib, but who cares about him? He's from the Middle East. So British people.
We probably colonised him at one point.
That's right, yeah. And Luca, well, you never mattered. Britishness. What's happening with the election? It's going it's mental, isn't it? It's mental.
Oh my, yeah.
I've seen the opinion polls. Labour is getting ground. The Tories are falling. Good.
Yeah, well, actually, there's the thing, isn't it? Is that, I mean, I used to be of the opinion that the Tories kind of sort of resented the fact that they had to win elections, I mean, given how little their promises ever resemble what they do. So I just thought that they didn't like democracy, but they've thought, oh, well, this is going to be a walkover. We better say some really stupid shit just to give Labour a chance.
It seems, yeah.
I think
supporting of them. They seem to do everything they can to make it so it's neck and neck in the polls.
You know what it is? They've gone without fox hunting for so long, they're just desperate for sport.
Yeah, what I'm thinking is that this is like a ploy to get Labour to deal with Brexit so they can blame them for not doing it right.
They're going to blame the union regardless. They know that there's a subset of people that will just believe them if they say that it went well, because they know that most people who are rabidly obsessed with it, they just want Brexit in name only. They don't want to know that it's Brexit in name only, but name only will do for those people, let's be honest, because they can't...
It won't be Brexit unless it's Brexited.
Yeah, something like that.
It's in the British character to support the underdog, though, and the arrogance of calling the election at that point and acting like it was a walkover. I think that just offends British sensibilities, and they turn away from that.
Yeah. Also, maybe
that doesn't explain Theresa May's actions.
Kind of narrative as well.
This is. Here's the thing with Theresa May. She's got a problem. She's got a Brown syndrome. This is the inherited election. This is the inherited thing, and she's sort of like, no, I want to put my stamp down on this one. I want this to be my election, so it's about me. I'm going to get in here strong and stable, strong and stable, strong and stable. Keep saying strong and stable. Everybody loves strong and stable. And it was the same thing with Gordon Brown. They're kind of going, Gordon, just smile, just smile more. And it's like the guy just turns up to anything, and it's like, yeah, we're just going to talk to these kids that are dying of cancer, and he's like, grin. He just didn't know. And this is the same thing with she doesn't have what's the word? She doesn't have the gift for it. No, she doesn't have the gift for it. There's certain world leaders or political leaders that just know what to do. and she looks like one of those world leaders that has to be told what to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. My
I can't stand this. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to correct the lot of you. Gordon Brown is Scottish. He physically can't smile.
Yeah, it's a disability.
He did try.
Yeah.
He did try.
You know what I find really annoying is that people are calling Corbyn all sorts of like he's evil. It's like he's an old, nice man. It's like has he ever done?
Old people can be evil too. Don't you worry.
Like
I hate that people keep calling him a communist.
He's not. Come on.
If you look at his fucking policy, he's clearly just a relatively far left social democrat. I mean, comparatively far left.
Well,
I mean, it's relatively far left.
Yeah, he is certainly far left.
In a British context.
Yeah. Well, in any context, I think if you're going to be nationalising a lot, the nationalise thing.
That's communist enough.
No, I wouldn't say it was communist enough. I mean, if you have a look at, say, France, for example, would you say that was a communist nation?
Yes.
No.
I hate asking rhetorical questions in this place.
Okay, I just need to ask quickly, Robin. Are we using the American definition of communist? That is, everyone left of the father's.
Anyone who isn't American. Anyone who isn't right-wing American.
Using...
That's not.
Anyone to the left of Ronald Reagan is communism for America.
Or are we using an actual definition of communism?
I'm using the actual definition, not the American definition, which basically says you're a member of the UN, ergo you are a communist. I'm not going to use that definition because it's a bit of a blunt hammer.
I guess. I also think it's a bit silly to interpret when people are calling him a communist that they mean that he's like a narco syndicalist or something.
Yeah, I mean, his idea of renationalizing. Yeah, his idea of renationalizing.
Oh yeah, I haven't said it yet. Very young.
Yeah.
Boys.
But yeah, I mean, his idea of renationalizing the industries that the Tories and Thatcher privatized and then ironically sold off to Europe. You know, we want to be independent of the EU, but we're selling them our economy to them. So it's kind of like, hey, we're economically shackled to them. So smart move.
Krasny, I've already sent you a link to the open house if you'd like to come on. It is the world is your oyster. So do that.
Yeah,
thing.
it's a good idea to renationalize what it's been privatized, because some of the stuff that's being privatized is bullshit, like the postal service.
Full-on renationalisation may not actually be a good idea, because there are certain parts of nationalisation that are completely redundant and were massive sinks on the state and were actually really hurting us. However, stuff like the post office was fucking retarded.
Yeah, I do want to be... If we're going to have a broad conversation about nationalisation, let's be clear and draw a line between there's public ownership.
One second, just to address the chat here. Somebody says, seriously, I don't think the open house can get worse than it was before. Challenge fucking accepted.
What the fuck?
We will get worse. I assure you. Carry on, please.
Anyway,
I'm just going to go and have a cigarette and let Etherin sing.
I want to draw a line.
Just let him start speaking. And you think it can't get much worse? Watch this.
Public provision, like the government can pay and commission a service, or it can actually provide it, and those are not the same thing. Like health service, the national insurance is what we want to keep and what we want to save. It is not really a question of ideology or morality or priorities as to whether hospitals and actual care services are provided by people who are on the public payroll or a private company.
Yeah, well, what I'm not saying nationalize the entire economy, but some parts that have been privatized and were known to be bullshit privatization. Some of them are good ideas to renationalize them.
I mean, the trains have gotten worse, though that's hard to imagine for old people like me since they were privatised.
To be fair, the reason
I live
why
in the southwest of the UK. We have First Great Western here. The average time that a train is late is 30 minutes. Any train average 30 minutes late.
Yeah. I'm fortunate enough to live on a not very busy part of the tracks. You don't really pass through my area much, so it's just whatever local
The
traffic
rush
is.
hour train in between some parts in the southwest all the way up to Scotland, not Scotland, sorry, Wales, is 2 carriages. This is the peak rush hour train. 2 carriages.
Yeah.
The train is so full that you will not get on the train. The second train will come and some people will get on it. Then the third train will come and you're lucky you may be able to get on it.
Yeah. And they got into a price war with the last Labour government because Labour was trying to drive people off the roads and onto the rail, and the rail companies were overloaded and didn't want to buy new carriages, so they raised their prices to put people back on the roads. It was just.
But yeah, what I find funny is that Thatcher and the other governments that came after, they privatized these industries and sold them to European countries, and I'm like thinking, if the Tories get elected again and the economy is totally sold to Europe, I'm thinking, why did you leave the EU? You're basically now you're essentially a vassal. The EU, because we can just say either you do what we say or we're just gonna take your.
They like
the money, they don't like the politics.
They like their backers, I should say, like the current economic situation. They like the industries and the trade balances being what they currently are, because those who have the advantage now have a high income, so they donate to the Tory party and say, hey, keep things ticking over nicely the way they are, please. And the problem with that is that essentially the trade balance with the fact that we import means that we're sending pounds overseas, but those pounds are still pounds. That's still British currency, which ultimately, while it can be traded between people, if it's ever to be spent, really, that's most realistically going to be back in this country. So when a foreigner is paid pounds for something we buy from them, they're going to buy something from us. Now, maybe they'll trade that currency to someone else who then buys something from us, whatever. But the point is, that money does come back. And since we're not exporting to them, on average, there's still some pounds going out that aren't coming back in through purchases, not through exports, but so they purchase assets that don't leave the country, foreign investment, either in the stock market, they may purchase British shares, or they may purchase British assets, like buying up factories or something, like starting companies in the country, whatever. The point is that money circulates back through. Now, if it didn't, then for the whole equation to actually balance, and it must, because there is a set amount of pounds in the world.
How many? Exactly.
There isn't an exact amount.
There isn't an exact amount.
Oh, I'm sure there is, but it's difficult to keep track of. You'd never really know.
Carry on, don't mind me. I'm just here.
Of course. But the point is that if we fuck with that, then basically that will affect the trade balance, which means that companies that currently export services like insurance and whatnot, well, they import part finished goods and then finish them in the country. They don't want the price of the pound to change very much.
Yeah, here's the problem.
Benson Crocker says it best. Nothing quite makes me zone out like Aethrin talking.
Yes, thank you. I will admit that was not exactly my best work.
I went for a drink and came back and was bored.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that now most of the financial sector is moving to the EU because they're like, we prefer to stay there.
Maybe.
So,
Well, Frankfurt is a prospect for many financial services, especially those serving the EU.
Efren, we need to actually cover some base ground first, because people are not going to understand why this is a big deal. The City of London, as in that square mile in the middle with the wall around it, holds basically the richest banks and stock exchange in the world. The entire global money supply goes through it about 3 times a week.
Right.
That is how much is traded.
Right.
The British get a few billionth of that props up the majority of our economy as the single largest contributing thing.
No, you mean a small amount as in tax revenue. You understand most of the capital investment in the rest of the country comes from that as well. Like it's privately owned, but the money does circulate.
And we are potentially going to lose basically that to the EU. So essentially we're going to take the beating heart of Britain, the city of London, and gut it.
We're not necessarily going to
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
We're not necessarily just going to lose it. I think I've mentioned before that like physical goods are going to be more important, but that there are still like financial services that people purchase from.
Yeah, but they're going. Frankfurt will become.
We don't know that actually.
The fact that we are
quite happily.
The fact that we are a net importer implies that foreign investment must continue.
For us.
As in like an actual causal relationship. Like the fact that we spend pounds overseas means that there are pounds which foreigners have. And then they spend them at some point.
Yeah, but the pound's going to take such a dive that goods for us will, things we import and we are a net importer will cost a fortune.
Shocks to the market will fuck with the price. But other than that, no, it's not really a concern.
Oh well, it's not a concern to the market.
Yeah, as long as the people who are holding the pounds don't suddenly shit themselves and go, "Oh, I don't want these." But, as long as the people who have them are the people who actually like where the economy's going.
92.
I mean, like the way what happened immediately after the Brexit vote, because those people obviously didn't want to hold assets in the country, so they left instead of reinvesting capital.
Do you also recall when the UK was basically, I forget what currency, when we were tying the pound to the currency, and basically, I think it was 92, they just basically went, sell the pound, and the pound crashed. Do you remember that? Not the IMF.
Yeah, the IMF one had done that.
No. I'm trying to remember. Oh God, the Tories were in government. So yeah, I think it was 92.
You're talking about the Nigel Lawson.
Is it Lawson or the Silverhead?
Black Monday.
The Badger chap.
I believe you're thinking 1992. I think it was Black Monday, wasn't it?
Lamont, you mean?
Yeah, Norman Lamont. That's the one. Famous for the fisting.
Oh, that was 87. That was 87. Begging your pardon.
Yeah. That was stock markets. The financial crash was I think 92.
Are you being?
I've drunk a lot of vodka since then, so I could well be wrong.
Vodka.
Well, I can't afford all your
the aider of memory,
mate. So.
Silver Fox, your fan base in the chat are requesting that you talk about grilling things.
But yeah, what I'm saying is
I think it was I might be referring to a comment I made a couple of nights ago, which was something Americans found rather weird, which was I was going to spit roast a stag on a pile of burning faggots.
that sounds like that sounds like a word search in Pornhub.
Everyone knows there's no grills on the internet.
I had to actually explain it.
But yeah, what I was saying is that if the financial services that help the UK leave and go to Frankfurt, and the pound hits again after the proper, the hardest possible Brexit has happened, it's gonna just basically be a shit show, because then people on the outside world's gonna be like, do we still need to trade with these guys? No.
Okay, the Tories are not stupid enough to have a super hard Brexit. They're going to sell it as such to the people that want the hard Brexit, and we're probably going to end up with something similar to the Norway deal, that for everyone that was bitching about sovereignty, this is the worst possible outcome, because we're basically going to be following a shit ton.
We'll end up with the same deal.
And have no say.
But have no say in what the Europe does, which is
We may
Highly
join the
unintelligent.
Shanghai zone.
Well, that's going to be wonderful.
I don't think the Conservatives base, or well, the UKIP base now, would tolerate them doing anything but a hard Brexit.
I think that's actually
That is a hard Brexit.
that seems to have thrown them for a bit of a loop as the
Who lives in the
Conservatives.
south of France.
I think they
You
were
know.
trying to get hold of the hard Brexiters, and what they've done is they've basically ostracised the
Sold their souls.
people that are just kind of going, well, okay, it was a bit of a close vote, but hey, that's the will of the people, blah blah blah, and they've just basically alienated the middle ground of the Conservative Party. By trying to pick up this loose
Well, they've
troop.
gone out of their way to alienate everybody.
But yeah, for me, as you know, a non-British person, the best thing that could have come out of Brexit is we get to kick out Farage and send him back. It's like, you can't get in anymore.
No.
Sorry.
He lives in France, and you can keep him.
Can we burn his house? Can we just convict him of some
Well,
stupid
he's
crime?
Always bringing in the
he's an
violence, aren't we?
ex-Huguenot, isn't he? His family are from the Huguenots, and his wife's German, of course.
Don't really care, to be honest. At this point or another,
Well-
that historically speaking isn't really much of a thing.
Yeah, we can get him and just throw him in jail. You were.
He's a
We're just
British
throwing him in
lunatic. No one gives a fuck about his nationality or heritage. We give a fuck about the fact he's some crazy Brits doing stupid shit.
Oh, you Huguenots, they're coming over here.
F5. Even I know that.
Somebody knows their what's his name? Somebody Lee.
But yeah, it's again, it would be funny if we could just deport them someplace. Like, hey,
Stuart Lee, that's it. Bloody Huguenots coming over here.
Actually, it would be funny if we forced them to get a job as like Juncker's butlers. Like, now you have to fucking serve him.
Well,
Have
no,
fun.
he's going for basically doing trade. He's going to be the big trader with America. He's going to be the UK's link with the US. Completely self-appointed. Well, by Trump, so. Yeah,
Basically
self-appointed. Well, that's what I read an article, I can't remember which. It was a broadsheet, so it's less likely to be untrue.
I think that the term is positioning.
Yeah, it's just, the man has no political power. He has no political. I mean, he's an MEP that just basically goes to Europe and he's rude to people.
That's every MEP.
For some reason. Pardon?
No, it's kind of hilarious. If he stuck to just that, it would be a brilliant career.
Indeed.
Well, he was a futures trader. And
He certainly traded away our future.
He's traded away the British future. Yeah.
Here's what we do. We send him to America and hope he gets sent to Guantanamo Bay.
He was complaining that he earns 80,000 a year, but all his all the people, all his fellow dealers are on so much more, and he now feels poor. It's like,
oh, boo-hoo! You fucking.
And he's so glad to be out of UKIP, or the lead of UKIP and the spokesman for UKIP, because what was it he said? Oh, I don't have to deal with the dirty people.
Yeah, you know what would be
Referring
funny if
the xenophobic.
Well, this is the
Griffin
thing, you
needs
see,
baby
is you utilise such people, and then once you've actually got your job done, you don't want to speak to such people. And that's sort of, I think that's something to do with the skeptic community in essence, is that they understand
So it's
such
Spino's
people.
fault, then?
No, it's not Spino's fault. There's a certain subset of people who are prejudiced. They simply are.
Oh,
Very
it's
easily
Spino's
led,
dad, Sargon.
very easily pushed. They're very easily pushed into something. They'll what's the word? Oh, what do they say again, Sargon? Oh yeah, donate to your Patreon.
Of course, we're back onto your ex.
Yeah, funny if one day
He's not my ex. He would have had to have
we
rejected
get
me
it,
first.
We get it. He rejected your love.
He didn't.
He
That's the
then
thing.
went out
That's the
with
thing.
Thunderfoot.
I'm
They
the
then
one who
got
broke
divorced,
up.
And he's now after a younger mod like you.
Yeah, that's
I'm
the
the
thing.
I'm the one who did the
Make
breaking
some
up here.
video
folks.
called like the
He wouldn't swallow.
never surpass the master or something, like some shit. You know, that is actually basically part of why Robin is annoyed at Sargon, isn't it? Because Sargon's basically, he doesn't need you. He never writes. He never calls.
Returns my calls.
Oh yeah, because if that would happen, I'd be so into it.
Not even at Christmas.
Yeah, and if that
It's all
happened,
right, Robin.
I'd
You can
suddenly.
stroke my beard instead if you
I-
want.
You know what, Grim? I would
He
like.
likes
To,
the beardy
I'd
chin.
actually like to stroke your beard, and when we get a chance to meet, I will.
I'll make sure I put in plenty of beard balm then.
Exactly. Balm that beard up like you wouldn't believe.
Grease that beard up good and ready.
You're gonna meet me, grease your beard. That's the take home here. Spino is the hateful glue that holds the community together.
Yeah, but yeah, it would be funny if one day at the EU meeting, Farage gets sick and loses his voice. You just see everybody just fucking celebrate. It's like, yeah, we don't have to listen to him anymore.
To be honest, I reckon that has happened where Farage has lost his voice and he's then basically just sort of shrugged as an argument, probably, and people will just lap that up. It's like, wow, look at him. He's
Well, that's
so
that piece of
cocky.
Frenchness coming out, isn't it? Oh, the shrug. Oh, maybe. Sinister.
I just want Farage to play Mr. Toad in a production of Wind in the Willows.
I
Then
have actually been DMCA'd. Obviously, you didn't notice because I didn't make a big song and dance about it.
You've been to the YMCA?
No, I've been.
Everyone donate to Robin's Patreon.
Yeah, I've been DMCA'd, guys, by some erroneous person who flagged one of my videos as spam. Therefore, they're against free speech.
That's right.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever escalated a video when it was contested? Has that actually happened? Ever?
Probably.
Yeah, I did a video the other night.
Spino's probably the expert. He must have been.
It would be reassuring in our paranoia to actually find one example where someone actually said, no, this is fair use, and was fucked over for that.
Well, you know the video that I released recently on my own channel. Did anyone notice this? Oh, I'm such a shill.
Sure, yeah,
of course we did.
I notice everything you do. Don't we all?
Yeah, I feel so noticed.
Yes.
Yeah, I
No,
did actually.
I did do-
We aren't
but I
all
was a bit drunk at the
senpai,
time.
so.
I uploaded a stream. All right, at least I did a stream, or at least set one up, and it was just basically just taking the piss. It was called the Manchester Explosion exploitation stream, and the plan was to basically just take the piss out of pretty much everybody that would try and do a stream that night or the day after or whatever like that to try and exploit it. And the result was that there weren't many that were willing to do that. So I consider that a win. However, somebody out there decided to flag it as spam. As spam.
Spam's nice when you grill it.
So, what was the core subject of this?
All I had done.
Spam, egg, and more spam.
Yeah. Well, let me just bring up the actual thing for you.
Lovely spam. Sorry.
Because it is now on a suspension right now, waiting for appeal. And all it was a black screen with me at about 2 minutes in flicking the bird.
I've seen that.
Basically a musical track going over the top of that saying, "You're so vain, I bet this song is about you." And that was enough for someone to get so butthurt that they decided to label it as spam. And it's been inappropriate material, apparently.
It's probably Carly Simon. She wants the music rights.
Wait, so it wasn't labeled as spam, it was labeled as inappropriate material.
Well, it was initially said to me as spam by YouTube, so that was the first label that came along.
Huh.
But it's not removed. It says that it's removed, but it's not really removed. I'm showing you this. You can see it in the side chat there, look. You're able to view this
Not
video
that
for
one.
7 days from when it was removed. The period allows you to review the content and decide whether you wish to submit an appeal. I'm submitting an appeal. And it's basically, it just goes, all it says, the whole point of the stream was not to actually do an actual stream exploiting the dead, but just to take the piss out of those that were willing to do so. And the only thing that it managed to do was stop anyone from actually doing it. So that's me, but somebody's decided that this little bit of satire was too much for them. And it just says, need to push an agenda? Then this is the stream for you. We will explore the use of bodies of dead teenagers for your purposes. This is a guarantee to win against the Muslim infidel. Your Patreon money will go towards me telling you how right you are to push the removal of millions of innocent people from your country because of a few twats. Don't forget to donate, as if you don't, we might lose forever. P.S. We were going to do the stream last night, but as the bodies were still warm, that would be tasteless. Now that they have cooled to room temperature, it is now considered perfectly acceptable to exploit them. Featuring Sargon, V, Black Pigeon Speaks, Dave Cullen, PJW, and many more. Come for all your biases confirmed. Music by Rihanna, sponsored by Candid. Now, what's wrong with that?
Oh god, some people are.
It's basic. It's almost kind of a different take on a Rickroll.
Yeah, at most.
At most.
Satire is dead. That's the problem with that.
That's the problem. Yeah.
So it's working for teenagers.
In terms of like legal issues with because someone might say it was like a misleading thumbnail or something, but it was a Rickroll, so that doesn't count as far as I'm concerned.
Well, that's the thing. You see, you know why they decided to flag it.
Yeah, of course.
Why did they decide to flag it, Spino? Butt hurt. That's right.
Oh, are you doing a thing? Is this a thing?
The hurt of the butt means
It didn't have Sargon's approval.
Yeah, I didn't
No
have
can
the
do.
approval.
Sargon rules the British YouTube.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you at home are suffering from butt hurt, I recommend you take your opinion and insert it regularly, as it works as a rather good suppository to repress the pain.
Yes, I do have a channel, KRPAGDA. Great name. And as such, at the moment, I'm unable to stream from said channel because of said butthurt anti-SJW.
Oh, I see. You actually shut down your ability to stream.
That's right. Wow. They're actually impinging on my freedom of
I don't
speech.
think there's anything wrong with it, but I do think maybe your list of people there kind of does expose that you kind of they hit a nerve, don't they? With
did I hit a nerve?
No. You have a nerve that is hit by them, don't you?
Sorry?
You just seem to have a disappointment boner.
I have a disappointment. I'm on the internet and I'm looking at all of you.
Of course, I like.
And if I'm not disappointed,
father.
I'd be disappointed.
The disappointment bonus lead to disappointment.
Disappointment leads to conservatism.
Erections. What? Anyway, so Lacey Green's released her Red Pill 2 follow-up video.
I've got to pretend to care about this, haven't I? Okay, go for it.
What do people think about Lacey Green then?
I haven't seen the second video.
Who's clicking their pen? Although I like the fact that it's topical. Stop.
Well, Lacey does have all right tits, doesn't she?
She does have an epic set of norks.
Yes.
Indeed.
Keep your hand off my norks.
And she has some lips that I imagine are rather comfortable.
Which set?
She's too young.
Well, hopefully they match.
Are you like?
Did a person put lipstick on their fucking vag?
I don't know.
Yeah, you put lipstick on a pig. That's where lipstick's supposed to go. Linda Sarsour is retweeting white supremacy impacts us all a few hours after the Manche incident, and the anti-fems aren't the only ones who do too much. Thank you, Lothar.
Yeah,
Well, they did manage
who's
to
saying who is saying that anti-fems are the only ones who are doing shit for their agenda? This is like.
I mean, a few weeks ago, we had Lauren Southern come to my country and basically commit piracy, and she's like, "Oh, how dare the Italian authorities arrest me?"
Yeah.
Well, what should we have done? Shoot you? I'm thinking that would actually have helped the world.
I'm curious how that, how did that segue work inside your head? Like, from talking about someone, about talking points, and then she goes and commits piracy and is complaining about being arrested.
Well, because she says that Europe is too soft on foreigners to commit crimes, and then she's a foreigner, she comes to Europe, she commits a crime, and she's surprised that she gets arrested. It's like, well, yeah, sorry, Lauren.
Okay.
Oh,
and that's in the same subject bracket as people using strategy.
Now. Because Lauren Southern believes that she is European in descent, and therefore she has a right to be in Europe and to do stuff in Europe and to care about the people and the location of Europe. And the people coming here and committing crimes, in her opinion, are not European and therefore do not have that right.
Just a minor point. She's a man. She's not a woman. She's a man. She changed her sex.
I do apologize.
She
I will
changed her
blame myself
gender.
later.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing is, though, about that is that
I wish they'd put her in a male prison. That would have sorted
here's
her
the
out.
thing: the legal recognized gender isn't what we do with the pronouns anyway. No one does that based purely on legal recognition. Lauren Southern's quite open about the fact that she did it as a political stunt. So.
Oh yeah, I understand why it was done, but
it's like,
as far as I'm aware, she hasn't changed it back.
Yeah, but but on what grounds? Well, of course, it doesn't really matter. That's really the thing. That's the thing that really fucks her over with the point she's trying to make. She hasn't changed it back because it doesn't matter.
Are we at any point going to talk about?
I bet a passport still says woman on it.
Let's we've also got to obviously have a little chat about Jeremy Christian.
Who?
Jeremy Christian.
Who's that?
Google that.
Is this?
No,
I mean,
I've got
how much
boxing
malice
on.
is
I
in
can't
your
Google
voice? It's
that.
hard to gauge whether you're just trying to be clear.
Jeremy Christian. Are you too lazy?
I'm wondering, Robin, are you fighting the urge to say "fucking" between the words there?
Oh, the Portland hate crime murders.
Yes. Jeremy Christian. What a name.
Christian
Looks like
in
half
all
his face
but
is drunk.
Yes, this is a gentleman who has attended certain rallies. Seems to be somewhat of a white supremacist. Calls everybody a nigger. Who doesn't agree with it?
Well, that's fair enough. Can't argue with that one.
Yeah, he was called baseball cap
Good
guy.
evening, Max. How are you?
She's on the phone.
Oh, sorry.
And she can't hear you. Gives Nazi salutes. What a dude. Went on a train and stabbed 2 people to death.
Mm. Yeah, I think walking around kind of a sign of mental illness, but then America just has so much of that shit.
No, it's terrorism.
Oh yeah. Now.
No. You see, what happens is when somebody does something that is for a political reason, that's terrorism.
I know.
But apparently, if it's a white person, then they're just mental.
Robin, you don't get it. Remember, we had this conversation with Kraut the other day. If a white person does it, it's not terrorism.
They're just mental.
Doing it for right-wing reasons. It's just a fucking nutcase.
They're just mental. Yes. There are no such things as people that are fucking mental who are also in the Islamic faith.
Wasn't he abusing a couple of Muslim girls or something, and then some people intervened, and then he stabbed them? So that doesn't sound like a premeditated political attack past the.
Yeah, but it's
who the fuck
not...
gives it the right to go around stabbing people?
What? No,
nothing. But I'm just saying it's not terrorism.
So I just. Yeah.
It was done for political reasons, ergo terrorism.
Well, if it was planned, then yeah, it would be hard pushed to say that there was no political motive. But then political reasons, it doesn't just mean that your political opinions influenced you. That's not what is meant by political reasons. It's like if it serves, if it
was research,
helps
that's
serve
the
a
thing.
political
I just like
function
dumped
for
everything.
it to be terrorist.
Be silly for that.
Yeah, but this is the point, you see. If some lone douchebag decides to turn up to say, you know, I don't know, maybe a gig in Manchester, that's a terrorist.
Let's say,
yeah, but it's not like he was just.
They want to.
It's not like he was just strolling past and decided to explode, is it?
Are we then going
Don't
to
we
call
all?
them the political prisoners? Do they then become political prisoners?
I'm not quite sure what we do with these people, really, to be honest with you. I mean, you know, everyone blames the rhetoric.
What we do is we stick all of these people on an island somewhere and cover it in TV cameras.
Yeah.
And then just have it as a reality show.
Mags is not going to apologise to you, Flan, no matter what. Don't even fucking start. She doesn't apologise to me, so why is she going to apologise to you? Fuck you.
But yeah, I think you're being a bit fast and loose with terrorism.
Why
Like,
not?
being
We all
a
do.
Being a bigot because of your political position is not the same thing, and therefore being prone to just be flagrantly violent and whatnot, is not the same thing as doing something in aid of a political cause.
Even Maggie is laughing at you.
I don't think you're getting
Max needs
the point. It's.
I'm saying it in a humorous way.
She needs more daiquiris.
Everything is terrorism if you point it all out.
Well, it is. I mean, you know, even you name an incident, somebody and ISIS will claim it anyway. Whether it's ISIS involved or not, they will claim it because
this is a
it
comment.
gives them.
Yeah, this is a comment from the 4chan channel, which is called /poll. I believe these people are the arbiters of what is right and wrong. And they say, Jeremy Joseph Christian, anti-mudslime, who killed 2 cucks and injured another for trying to stifle his free speech. Zog so thick you could cut it with a knife. He is our guy, based knife man. Please pay your respects to Jeremy. You better be a Christian.
Like that just seems obviously Poe to me.
Yes, that's the free edgy. So why are Antifa taking it seriously?
Guy who
I don't know anymore.
Sometimes call himself the sane Nazi. Like, yeah, this is just that. I don't doubt that there are people who do think that he did
More from 4chan poll.
But it's still just
This
Chinese
is
whispers.
This is actually the sort of thing that ought to be happening. We white men should be making these fucking invaders as uncomfortable as possible. And I'd work just fine, except we have fucking traitorous whites who want to play knight in shining armor and fuck it all up. And who knows what the other people on the bus actually saw. Once they see an evil Nazi saying wrong thing out loud, he's done no matter what. He's the bad guy no matter what. 2 guys coming in and laying hands on him is justified in this modern hellscape we've allowed them to make. We all know it's not legal. If that's what's happened, they may have earned their trip to the abyss. But witnesses are irrelevant, since biased against racism of any kind will completely taint their perception of the whole world. And for the record, I think the guy's a retard. But that doesn't mean he was wrong.
So that one sounds sincere and not like someone just being edgy.
That one sounds legit disturbed.
Yeah.
If you're posting seriously in poll, I think we can pretty much assume that you are disturbed.
Yeah.
Sorry? What, Mags? I just heard Maggie go, threesome?
Yeah, we all did too.
Maggie?
Not again, Max.
Include me in this.
The last one.
I'm not included. Robin heard the word. He wants to be.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? I heard the word threesome and Robin wants to be included in it. That just means more questions for me. Why aren't I included?
You have to hold the camera.
You and me are going to have a conversation, young lady.
It's going to be the new open house live stream next week.
I've just been discluded from a threesome with my girlfriend. Great.
Robin, breaking fucking news, everyone. Breaking news on the open house tonight. Robin Gething is being cucked.
I am being cucked as we speak. You're cucking me in front of my friends. How dare you?
How dare you call us friends?
Kind of how it works.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you friends.
Robin, you know what, Robin? Paul was right.
Paul was right. Paul is always right. Oh, you're talking to Mycroft behind my back. Mycroft is supposed to be in here embarrassing himself while drunk.
And Ginger. Oh, she wants a ginger threesome, and you can't join in.
God damn it.
That's a blessing if it's a ginger threesome.
Well, actually, she's going.
God, that must be the worst fucking video you've ever seen on fucking Pornhub.
But the thing is, she's going
ginger
for the
threesome.
climax, so that's why she has to date two gingers, because she's got some spotlight she wants to turn on at the end. So they come shot, then she flicks on the spotlight, and then they explode into fire. It'll be spectacular.
If you see a video on if you
you know in what's it called? Fucking movie with Jennifer Lawrence, the Resistance thing.
Hunger Games. Oh, I know.
Yeah, Hunger Games. That thing, and they do them propaganda films. It's the Girl on Fire propaganda movie. It's like after that's over, they're like, okay, now what? Let's do porn.
After the love is gone.
I know.
Like, yeah, let's do porn with airstrikes in it. I'm sure there's demand for pornography with airstrikes in it.
Nothing to do with being European.
Yeah, they call that live leak. That's already done, man.
You don't want any leak, mate, because that's just makes sense of the bed.
What live leak? Do you know what it used to be called before?
I'm sure you're going to enlighten me.
Come on, any of you, can you remember this? Come on, live leak. Come on, you've got to be old enough to remember when live leak was what it was beforehand.
I'm sorry, I am.
I was probably in another. I was probably in another country at the time.
No. You'll know it when I say it. Come on. Last guesses.
Oh, not Noel Edmonds.
Ogrish.
I was actually about to say that, but then you said "come on" and didn't want to interrupt.
Well, I'm saying come on, so you. Oh, fuck's sake.
Yeah, but you know what I'm like.
So yeah, Ogrish. Do you remember Ogrish?
I remember someone showed me it once, and I was like, "Why would you go on there?"
This is Ogrish. Oh, fuck's sake.
Yeah, I basically had exactly the same introduction to it. Some weird friend showed it to me, and I basically never let them show me a website again.
Yeah, I mean, do you reckon this is one of the things that Lacey was talking about, like making new experiences, discovering some new things, various?
She wants a threesome with gingers.
Tell her to the clicking. Stop.
I don't know what you mean. Why? Just because I'm talking about Lacey Green, you start thinking of clicking in your head. You've got post-traumatic stress from that stream.
I hear it too.
That just means it's a popular delusion.
Somebody's
I don't know what to tell you.
Enough.
Somebody's playing with their ballpoint.
Stop.
There are too many.
Yeah, and we still haven't had a fucking threesome.
On the street.
Now he wants a threesome.
What are you talking about? The only very young boy we've got here right now is whoever the fuck that ghost
I
is.
didn't say it was with a young boy or a very young boy.
Yeah, like basically just imagine a porn film where it's just like girl getting nailed or
Who's getting nailed?
Or maybe like the start of the scene
obviously.
is that there's a girl doing her own thing by herself, and then
So she's nailing herself.
and then like the bomb or whatever. I'm thinking as I talk, Robin. Stay with me. Keep up.
You're
Come
talking
on.
as you
I believe
think.
in you, Robin. You can do this.
I'm trying to.
Right. So there's a girl in some kind of situation that implies.
That's right. 2 girls, 1 boy. That's what we're talking about, Maggie.
And then
Sorry.
like a bomb disposal robots come in, and it's like there's people watching through like the bomb disposal robot, and they're like, huh, okay, maybe we want to get in there ourselves. Just like you know, it's like in the genre of just like, yeah, tactical operations situations with porn happening.
Only you could make porn boring.
I am very talented.
Ladies and gentlemen, hi.
I mean, we're like talking about sort of like some sort of pornographic fantasy, and you managed to turn it into a fucking Excel spreadsheet.
Everyone knows that bloke coming to fix the fridge has been done. Bloke delivering pizza.
Is that what you're thinking when it happens? It's kind of go, I didn't order pizza.
Everything's been done. Who's making innovation? Look, I think a new wave. I think a new wave of extremely poncy artists should go into directing porn.
Somebody needs to dox Airthrin. They need to dox Airthrin, and they need to give that information to a murderer. It's the only way.
That time that I came on stream on an account called Matthias something.
Yeah.
I'm not anonymous, and I've never pretended to be. I just don't tell people my name usually.
So it looks like the open house has expanded to conversations off of the open house right now.
Yeah, and also, technically, Robin, there was a partial doxing of myself occurring on this stream. How could you?
Did we do that to you? Did we?
Yeah.
Good.
Well, it happened. No.
Did you die? No. So what's the problem?
On the stream, Robin. I arbitrarily decided to say my first name on the stream.
Yeah, and you're still alive.
Well, yeah. You also called for doxing whilst not actually meaning it, which does put you in a similar position to AIU.
Derples McGurp says it best. Airthrin is an in real life Rain Man.
So what the hell are you wearing?
Mycroft would do me. Mycroft isn't going to do me.
I am not an in real life.
I suspect he would.
I can't count cards for shit.
I know he would.
So, what is this?
Now, if you want me to arrange cards, ooh, yes.
No, I always count cards. I love playing cards.
Yeah, question. So, what is this? Are you planning to become a prostitute?
Searle is trying to become a cam girl.
Hey, friend, I'm trying to ask Searle a question. Are you planning to become a prostitute soon? Because this looks a bit weird.
I know.
Just to any of you watching, you're unable to see this, and count your blessings. I'm unable to see this, thankfully.
Searle FM's
That says something about me.
tag on the.
He is straight, and he said he would totally fuck you over me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what that means, Magda?
I'm fucking like really disgusting.
No, it just means that I'm that Maggie. It just means Maggie. He's not saying that you're ugly. It just means that I'm that gorgeous. I've got a body that makes straight men wet.
What is this?
Is Magda getting cooked now?
Mm-hmm.
What is this? So are you literally trying to become a freaking prostitute?
He would, yeah. That's what respect is.
Yes, darling, because everyone that looks good is trying to become a prostitute.
Maggie, you don't know. I'm a gay icon.
Money, I'd do it.
Yeah, I'm a gay icon. If anyone didn't know, I was the gay icon of Gamergate.
Well, let's be fair. RoboCop, very big in the gay community.
Huge.
Not
I think, Robin, you meant huge.
Huge.
In fact, Robin, I think you meant very huge.
You know what I meant? I meant bigly.
We lived in the house. What was that, mate?
Just so you're not at home, Robocop was in fact the only gay person in the whole of Gamergate, and there was by no means anyone in the Not You Shield hashtag that was gay, or any incredibly flamboyant gay British people trying to turn it into their own personal career.
I was the token straight guy in a room full of queers.
Dude, we can hear Maggie like a mile away.
I know.
I want to hear more from Maggie.
Nobody can hear Maggie on the stream, thankfully.
This is like spoilers for a much better stream that Maggie's gonna do one day.
Well, I can always invite Maggie on, and then she can just talk you all to death, just like she does me.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
at
are you
least be an
suggesting?
interesting
Are you
conversation.
suggesting that you get cooked conversationally?
That wasn't a suggestion. That was a threat.
No. But you're saying that she does it to you, so you get cooked regularly in conversation.
Oh my god. I mean, you can.
I know that cook is the word.
Does cucked mean can't get a word in edgeways?
Yeah, fine, whatever. I don't actually care about using it properly. I barely.
Oh
think
right,
it means
fine,
anything.
fine. Suddenly you don't want to use terms correctly. Great, guys.
I bet this is the newspaper Sargon reads every day.
No, it does. That's the National Review.
It's not the Daily Mail, you fucking cretin.
You know, actually, Robin, I'm just gonna congratulate you, and you can give yourself a little reward.
Can I pat myself on the back now?
Yeah, because Sargon was mentioned on this stream, and it wasn't you. Like, you know, I think that deserves press.
There we go. No, Luca's in here for that. Luca helped me get over my my problem with Sargon.
I call him.
You saw Luca and you just thought.
Yeah, I might not like the guy, but I'm not Luca.
Don't worry, you get used to the insanity after a while.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's what got poor Ivy killed.
Could be worse. A lot worse.
Caffeine.
What the fuck is that inside my juice?
Anyway.
Ugh.
Right, should I say that we had this thing done?
What are...
You've got a problem with juice.
Yeah, Gilgamesh says, what are you guys' opinion of Kyle Kulinski and the Justice Democrats? And congratulations to Gilgamesh for correctly saying apostrophe S, even though there was an S at the end of the word. Loads of people think you don't need the second S because they're idiots.
Round of applause.
Congratulations to your education.
Let's give him jazz hands, everyone. Jazz hands. Jazz hands. Yeah. Well done, mate. Well done.
I promise I'm doing it and not just laughing.
Luca, do you still go on Kraut streams?
And then you will.
He doesn't do them. It doesn't do them very often. But sometimes.
So we're not going to answer the guy's question.
Should we maybe answer the question? I like Kyle, but find him a bit excitable, and I think the Justice Democrats is a hopeful thing.
I think Justice Democrats is going to fail. I don't know why. I just think it will because it's pretty much like the first attempt. So something's going to fuck up, and I think that needs to be learned from.
I think that
because of money.
I think that they are doing what they can in the face of something that probably will defeat them, but it's better than nothing.
I mean, they did get the guy on Congress already, so...
They are addressing a huge imbalance.
Well, I don't necessarily know exactly what their platform is. I don't keep up with that kind of thing. I mean, basically for the past year, I have been at study. So, like, I'm happy to relax and shitpost and laugh about things and occasionally read stuff idly, but I don't go out of my way to find things out at the moment.
Can I ask anybody who is anyone really freaked out by Mark Zuckerberg thinking about running for president?
Like a one party.
No.
Wait, what?
I mean, fucking hell, how long has it been since Reagan? Who gives a shit?
I know, of course.
You've got the money, run.
It's got to be better than
I'm worried
at the moment.
Hogan said,
I'm worried given the mind control effect of Facebook.
Didn't Hulk Hogan make some intimation that maybe he would give it a go? Like, that isn't
The Rock did.
Yeah, it was a wrestler.
I don't know about The Rock. I don't really know anything about it. Hulk Hogan, I get the impression, does have a decent sense of justice. And
Ethrin, 1 second. That's the only wrestler you know, isn't it? Yes. Okay.
Well, I did say
The Rock before he did terrible action movies. Yeah, before he did terrible action movies, he was actually a wrestler.
John Cena is a wrestler too. Aha.
Aha. You're really up there. You're really up there with the 14-year-old kids of the world.
Yeah.
Or the perpetual 14-year-old kids of the
world. Have you
world.
guys seen Trump's visit to the Vatican.
Oh my god.
It was really funny just
Oh
because...
my god. Oh, that look on the Pope's face. That look on the Pope's face when he looked him in the eye, and he's like, I can only manage to smile for
Trump is
one.
the only president America has ever had who doesn't explicitly claim to be Christian, right?
Yeah, actually, the funniest part was, you know what my favorite part was, that when he went to Saudi Arabia, they made him touch that glowy orb. He goes to the Vatican and says, "Very nice place, nice palace, nice people, but no orb." I'm like, dude, what the hell? Do you think every powerful person in the world has this orb in his fucking basement that you get to touch?
My favourite take over this last visit-a-thon was when he turned up at Israel. Somebody goes, "We've just come back from the Middle East." And the guy on the right-hand side is just like, "Oh, for fuck's sake." Oh, God.
Man's an
Purple
idiot.
Lemons, why don't you always use a frog all the time? Yeah, and in respect to Stop CETA saying Justice Democrats equals US momentum, it's like, if that's accurate, then yeah, I can appreciate why people are not necessarily optimistic about its prospects.
Well, I mean, early days, isn't it, really?
Okay,
CETA,
you've just said that Jeremy Corbyn's...
I don't think it's gonna work the first time. I would be surprised if like...
It's not going to happen in one cycle, is it? No.
Well, I don't know though. I mean, if I under my vague conception of what this thing is, I mean, basically Bernie Sanders' attempt to gain the nomination was the first run, right?
Well, yeah, maybe. Maybe you could put it like that.
Because it's like a reformation of Bernie supporters, right? Sort of.
Pretty much.
Arguably, yeah.
Somebody just arrived. Who was that? Is that Drew?
It's no Avatar Man.
Hello, Drew. Welcome to not adding a picture to your face again.
Would you like to talk this time, Drew? You've been in the open house a few times
Purple
tonight.
Lemons is suggesting that he would sexually assault Pepe. How dare he? That is our Lord and Savior.
Not
He's gone.
Make up your mind, Drew. You're in, you're out, whatever. I don't mind.
Shake it all about. You do the okie dokie. Sorry.
Ugh.
God.
Coconut
why?
pulp.
Jeez, I'm playing Hearthstone 4, and as soon as I declare war on Mao, he just joins the commentary, the bastard.
Robin, you know how you hate puns. Don't.
I'm going to turn my headphones off right now.
Don't read the chat. I'm not going to do it, but don't read the chat.
But yeah, it's don't you just hate it in the Hearthstone games where you declare war on a country and immediately they join the faction? I'm like, fuck you. Just let yourself be stomped over. You're tiny.
Maggot.
Yeah?
Good lord.
Wait, when he shouts faggot, did he want my attention or someone else's?
Benson Crocker says Justice Dems is a dumb idea. Way too principled. You don't get grammar points. Impossible to compromise with.
I'm still gonna do my thing, but can I ask you?
Well, it depends if they're trying to. Fucking hell.
I ask you. And you tell me.
Robin, turn your mic off. You're getting the right earful down there, and it's embarrassing to listen to.
Me, just someone insignificant person.
So a lot of your time,
after
that's what
7.5
happens
minutes.
when you have a Polish girlfriend who is fairly overexcited talking to someone. You basically dominate a screen that you're not actually supposed to be on by talking to the phone in the same room as someone who left their microphone hot micing because they're a horrible person that does not care about
Let's be honest.
anyone.
Who wouldn't rather overhear what she's saying?
I'd rather overhear what she's saying than have
Not
Robin
at least
here.
one over the roll, not at least a lot.
But I'd rather Robin just turned off his microphone and didn't leave it
you know,
hot
I
micing like this
obviously-
stupid
I
bitch.
Stop
see
it.
what
Okay,
is
just topple into the I can see. Where?
Winning, bugging.
Yeah, don't you just hate basically just listening to one go on and on and on a stream?
Robin says he
Could be worse. Could be some swat with a pen.
Garbage. So you know.
I'm giving people. I mean, the arbitrary thing that people keep hearing.
You really should stop with that pen because it's causing arousal on the muscles of that lazy stream.
They go in where she's campaigning this from.
Yes, everyone just got used to the idea of staring at boobs when they hear a click pen.
Enough with the pen, seriously, nobody's just...
Booby clicks! Booby clicks!
Well,
we can more like Sanders, as you were.
Steve Shives carries a pen.
Maybe not everything.
I mean, Robin, this is absolutely amazing. Your mic habits sometimes, it's like you are performing a raid on your own stream.
What? What are you talking about?
You're leaving a hot mic on with Magda, like, basically overriding anything we say.
Nobody can hear you. Only you can hear Maggie. Nobody else can.
Right.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go.
Very poor microphone.
Very young microphone. But yeah, apparently Mycroft doesn't want to actually go on the open house anymore. He just wants to basically just talk to my girlfriend, which is perfectly acceptable.
Hey guys, quick! Here's something weird. What happened to Milo? What's happening to him? Is he?
Who cares?
Milo disappeared up his own arse, didn't he?
Currently doing shifty protests against people being allowed to speak at universities. He's literally taking the place of people that were protesting him 6 months ago.
He's doing this ridiculous mistake that people who are trying to be like the counter to something that do, where basically to try and show the hypocrisy of other people, they just go, well, I'm going to hold you to your own standards, so I'm going to now behave like you and wait to be challenged on this, and then go, well, now you know how I feel. Except, of course, you don't get that far because people just look, and then without questioning, they just observe what you're doing and go, what a twat, and move on with their lives. And that's why it's always a mistake to start mimicking your opponent's behavior to try and demonstrate hypocrisy when they call it out. Because, one, you've got no guarantee that will call it out. And two, they're not the only ones who can see you doing it.
You mean what Sargon is doing right now? Just
Sargon literally did
justify.
This stream will never go down, Sam Blake. You just don't know. Doesn't matter what they try. They'll try their best to take it down, but it won't.
Oh, it's easy to get the stream down.
Don't even.
But it's easy to blockade it with rhubarb conversation, perhaps.
I would never bring up the R word.
Good.
In regard to the idea that just the Democrats might be just too rigid or whatever, it depends what they are like. If they're trying to be like a political party, like an independent party.
Then mute your microphone.
They did no, but they did hold them off a little bit on certain things. I think they wanted some referendum about like
Robin,
how the
take
voting system should be. Yeah, but the media then, or whoever was pushing for that agenda.
How much can they talk?
Oh well, I've got better things to do.
Completely, they didn't do anything. What the fuck is wrong with them? And that was why, you know, like with the last election. Completely, I mean,
because someone said that the open house can get worse and he wants to prove it wrong.
Even if you have new media, if you call it YouTube, whatever the fuck it is.
Happy, how are you this evening? You're looking well.
Doing fine.
Incredibly nice of Robin just moved his microphone.
Hey, Edford is gone, so yay.
The only problem is they're gonna fucking it's already in the process, you know. Without the private companies.
Okay, in chat, someone has said
private healthcare companies
actually was
working for the announced
played in the background. I personally think at this point you should consider suicide.
I don't even know what I'm doing here.
Magda's not interested unless you're ginger.
But I don't know how easy.
I don't think any of us know what we're doing here.
Imagine you sold something. Somebody
So,
did.
we do. We're all listening to what Magda's
Yeah, you
saying
can
because
change
it's
it. I mean,
bound
how
to be
can you change
interesting.
the
Away
law in
from
order
it,
for that
hot
person
God.
So yeah, if
Not be-
this
I don't know.
trend keeps going,
sell
I
a
guess
company
think Labour
completely.
will
Imagine you
win.
privatize it fully.
I
Then
hope
somebody
so.
comes back and says, well, no, we're going to renationalize it. There are like companies worldwide that own bits
I
of it.
mean, okay, I freely
I
admit
don't
my
know, I
bias.
mean,
I
even
have
if
worked
it's
in hospitals for
changed
quite
for
some
the fucking
time.
years again, you know what?
I
Me,
am
it's always, you know, like the
slightly
people
left
that are going to
centre. Well, I'm very left of centre.
I mean, I don't
And
give a
I
fuck
think the
about
Tories
party.
basically destroying
I don't pay allegiance to
everything
this or that or the other, you know.
under the
A lot of
using
people
the
do, for
excuse
some
of
reason.
oh well austerity, but the
it's just an
Secretary
excuse
of
for
State
gutting
for Health.
everything.
Oh, I
Yeah, the
understand.
Secretary of State
I'm
for
just saying
Health
that, you know,
is
if that does happen,
wrote a little booky thing
people like
about
me,
how
who just your
the
regular
best way to
person,
nationalise, privatise the health
that
industry.
maybe has a
How
phone
can you
cam
make money out of the health industry? It's disgusting. If you look at what their politicians stand for, they blocked a motion in the House about making sure that anybody who was renting property, the lessee, he had to make sure that house was up to humane, livable standards. And it got blocked by the Tories.
At home,
but they didn't just
for the lot of you at home that don't actually understand this, because we need to explain it because we have a global audience that includes British people that don't know what the fuck they're
Millions love me.
any of these laws. Yeah,
No,
so
we love
basically, for the majority of those
Magda.
that don't know about this shit, livable standards for a house in the UK means that the windows do not leak when it rains. To the point where if it's raining and if the window is not blocking rain, or if the roof is not blocking rain, the house is considered unlivable. If the roof and windows just leak, that is considered livable. If the doors are on the hinges, it is considered livable, and if the door frame has rotted away into pulp and the door's fallen off, it's considered unlivable. These are how ridiculously low the standards are. And the Tory government was opposed to making sure they're at least at that level.
The Tory government, because I think it's 87 MPs are landlords who rent out properties. Funnily enough, they all voted against it. Nice bunch.
Imagine my shock.
Yeah, Stop Cena says, Sargon, I'm liberal, I promise. Vote Tory, Brexit, Trump killing the left will make it them stronger. Is anyone actually buying this at this point?
No.
There are a couple of people who are still buying it. Hardcore Sargonite fans, they are somehow. God help us all.
Yes, because as far as people having a go at the left or having a go at the right, for some reason or another, we require a centrist to only go after one particular angle. Because without that, we wouldn't have enough people.
I think he's just so fixated on Brexit. I think that distorts all of his other thinking.
Well, it seems.
Yeah, plus let's not forget.
Because that's all she can win on.
Sargon doesn't have a job. He just has a Patreon account, so he's not connected to the economy. So even if Britain goes under, he's still rich because he can just shield to whatever is popular. He gets money out of that.
Are you talking about the S person?
I'm talking about Sargon.
They always are.
I think it applies to both, but yeah.
I don't know.
I think the best we can hope for is another hung parliament, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to.
When you say hung parliament, can you be a bit more precise?
I think I'm hoping for a Labour minority. I want a Labour majority, but I'll settle for a Labour minority.
No, I
The
think
sad
you're
part
missing
is
my point. When we say a hung parliament, do you mean at the gallows or at the polls?
No, I mean the polls.
Okay.
Yeah, hang. At the moment, because Robin's gone off again, he wants to hang the polls.
I'd rather not hang the poles.
No, because Magda will kill you.
Yeah, she'll get upset. We can't have that.
Yeah, what you need to do, Robin, is you need to go to a site called uberkinky.co.uk and then for Magda, buy the Master Series Puppy Play Hood and Breathable Ball Gag, and then during streams you can just pop that on and everything will be fine.
If only. You
How
can't.
do you even know about that?
What do you mean? How does he know?
What don't you know about it?
Actually, why the hell do I know about
El
that?
Grimmy is our kink king.
You're in trouble.
Oh my glass.
Titties.
Go on.
Go on.
You're in trouble because if I'm your kink king, then that's you need someone better.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you're the best king in the world, but you're just our king.
I'm not the best king. I'm just the king you've got.
And there I was
We haven't
thinking
got a
when
king.
you said that you're in trouble, you were actually going to do something fun. Disappointed now.
Trump does nothing fun. He is violent.
Behave.
No.
These are the best times of the open house.
Yeah, would be a fun challenge from Trump to behave like a normal person for.
Not gonna happen.
Is that Magda flagellating you now?
No, Magda's run away outside to smoke a cigarette.
No, sorry, that.
You behave like a normal person in Saudi Arabia.
Hey, Drew, you made it. Your mic's working finally.
I've been trying to talk on the desktop and it wasn't working, so I was just like, "Fuck it," and I moved to the phone.
It
so that's
certainly
why it sounds like
wasn't.
crap.
Evening, Drew.
Hello.
F5.
Hello, Drew.
Joking.
Hello.
Guten Tag, good evening, schönen good morgen.
Oh, speaking of, did you hear that Greece, the EU has decided to fuck Greece over yet again?
How about we just fucking annex that place?
Oh,
and just
you know
kill
what? And the weird thing is that Greece have acted completely honourably.
Yep. And they're not even it was, so I was watching, Reuters had a piece that I felt was fairly misleadingly titled EU stands firm on debt relief for Greece, which I thought was a pretty funny way to talk about not providing any debt relief to Greece whatsoever. But they're not even going to pay them the installment.
Well, at some point or another, they do have to actually, what's the word? Manage their own shit.
Yeah.
Bizarrely, I know a lot of people who think Europe is supposedly some sort of overlord to countries, but believe it or not, when it comes to economics and stuff like that, they're supposed to sort their own shit out.
Yeah, I say the EU.
Stop being legally technical about things.
How dare I be honest?
Yeah, Robin, you're not saying that the EU is evil for taking away the Greece's sovereignty.
They released it themselves essentially, and they handed it over to Goldman Sachs.
Yeah, this is why I say the EU should just kick out.
Everyone doesn't realise what the EU is. They're that left-wing, tyrannical, evil leftist thing that's basically the new Hitler of Europe. Unfortunately, Hitler did nothing wrong.
No, it's the CCCP of Europe. What it is.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was trying to explain it to Poltons.
But yeah.
The problem is, I have to call it the Hitler of Europe.
Are there any Poltards listening to the show?
There'll be one or two hate listeners.
No. I suppose you would know better than me.
Yeah, Paul, yeah, you're the reason everything is wrong.
Paul, fuck off, we don't like you. I prefer the B-board.
Wow.
Bebop-a-loobop, what bamboo.
I'm sorry, they have good loots there.
Yeah, I definitely go to /B for all of my moral grandstanding. It's a very good place for that.
If you want crazy fucked up loots that you're not going to find anywhere else, go to /B. Sometimes they're good. Other times they're just weird.
/B, sponsored by Candid.
Yeah, Spano, you know when Sargon said, who the fuck do you think you're talking to? He sounded like the fucking Godfather. It's like, who the fuck do you think you're talking to?
Who fucking cares about this guy? This is like, I've never seen a single video by this dude, but he's very popular, it would seem, on the open house.
Sargon, my life in stupid.
Sargon is the leader of the community.
My life as stupid.
Sargon is the leader of a community that isn't a community.
It's
community!
It's basically
Sargon the Cat has the largest YouTube channel out of the skeptic community online. The skeptic community being people
more than
that
like
basically
skeptic
congregate with each other and
we're skeptoid.
Skeptoids, that's right. That's what we are.
yeah, it's that group of people. He's basically the biggest guy out of that bunch of people. So basically, when you have
he's the Keemstar
community
of
you
the
can
skeptic
turn to his
community
direction because he's the big one. He's the closest to a figurehead because of his sheer size. If we were warring Middle-aged kingdoms and the skeptic community was a country, he'd be the biggest king. They got to tell the others what to do.
And that's why nobody likes Sargon. Sargon doesn't even like Sargon at this point.
Sargon just likes.
He probably looks himself in the mirror and says, "What the fuck have I become?"
Hang on. I can think of two people that like Sargon. His kid, because kids are fucking stupid, and his local drug dealer.
Yeah.
His mother apparently likes Sargon. No, she doesn't like him either. She
I have no idea about his mother.
Luca, you're scratching.
I don't really share your antipathy for Sargon. I'm just kind of disappointed in his European attitude.
Good evening, Pascal.
Well,
Oh,
disappointment
see
is
a little-
disappointment is what keeps the open house going. This is the thing. You know me by now, Grim. I'm one who what's the word? Treasures his disappointment. Really, I'm at that point now where I'm, 3 years ago, you and I would be sitting there kind of going, "Goddamn social justice warriors! I wish they'd sort their shit out." So now it's those that are not. It just seems to sort of like the gauntlet just has got passed to a new group. That's all. I feel. I mean, are you sensing that at this point?
Believe it or not, I try to get on with most people.
That is laudable and
Except
bollocks. If you try to get on with everybody, you end up getting on with nobody. And when it comes down to it, I mean, what is it to pick a side between wrong and right? Sometimes when you're picking a side between wrong and right, you end up on neither side. Because you're looking at both sides kind of going, you're both full of shit.
As long as you're happy and
like Treebeard, I'm not entirely on
night, then you've picked the right side.
Oh my god, no.
You might be
saying as long as
incorrect.
you're happy you picked the right side. It's fucking insane.
I know,
I
but I
spoke to
said it
Rick,
to
Mother.
try and
No,
instill a bit of exciting going in the conversation.
Yes, but add the fucking notion of as long as you're happy and not causing undue harm onto others.
What? You mean I'm not allowed to cause harm to the peasants?
I said undue harm for that exact reason, you fucking idiot. At least listen to what I am saying.
No, I was
Listen to
reading
him.
the chat.
Okay, Pascal says, can't complain.
You're being a very naughty person.
Theresa May, Stop Sita says, Theresa May will censor the internet, hate speech, protect child laws, private internet access, blah, 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 blah. Rick Speak says, I actually find the single currency, but then I live on the border of Belgium and Netherlands, and as such, I have a direct benefit from it almost every week at least. Believe it or not, there was something there to be said. Just going a bit quick, guys. You want to slow down a bit? I live on the border of Belgium. Why is it good that TF lost subs, says Gilgamesh? Because he was probably losing idiots. Hey Pascal, would you prob get a chance to talk to him? Son of Talmat did and is not on Twitter. Son of Talmat's a bit of an arrogant douche, to be honest with you. Because he's a liar, says Mr. Agogo. TF and Surg were heading for a swamp in next October or so.
Who's a liar? Son of Tiamat is a bit of an arrogant douche, I'll agree.
What do we got here? The left Twitter is doing pretty good. It's like the span, the same names over Fury. I'm not reading a lot of sense here, guys. Help me out. Gilgamesh says, what do you think of Thunderfoot's video?
Which one?
The first and second one, both of them pretty much spell out what I thought of Sargon as it is, really, as somebody who is morally bankrupt. They don't
Sargon
really...
is, yes.
Yeah.
I'm quite happy to listen to...
Grim, are you a person of principle?
I try to be.
Okay, when you're a principled sort of a person, do you give up your principles when it's expedient?
No.
Would that make you unprincipled? Yeah, would that make you unprincipled?
Yeah, if you compromise your principles.
This is why I consider
yeah.
this is why I consider Sargon unprincipled. If you're somebody who will give away your principles as and when necessary, then you're not really principled. It's very easy. Yeah, it's very easy to be principled.
Sometimes for the sake of one principle, you might have to compromise on another.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've given up a principle at that point, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, but sometimes it's a choice between two. What principle do you feel that he's violated particularly?
Well, in general, this is somebody who has openly admitted to doing it. Is that principles are there to be disproportionately dismissed as and when necessary.
Yeah, and also his principle of democracy and liberal and all this shit. Yeah, he has the highest standards ever when it comes to Western democracies. They need to be clean and everything, but when it comes to people like Putin, Trump, Wilders, Le Pen, Assad, they can do whatever the fuck they want. They can say whatever the fuck they want. They can espouse whatever bullshit they want, but that's fine because they are for the working man, or they're Machiavellian or shit like that. Like, he calls Assad Machiavellian, same with Putin, but he says that Hillary's evil because she's Machiavellian. And I'm like, well,
yeah,
fuck
but
you then.
Sargon just wanted Donald. He couldn't give a monkey's ass about the fact that he was a disgusting twat who had no experience about how to run a government. He just had to run companies into the ground and how to bully people. And it's really difficult talking over.
Maggie's not giving you a massage.
No, folks, I would personally have quite liked to have had Donald
She said,
Trump
"You not
TV
giving me a
personality as the
massage."
President of the United States.
Yeah, you might as
because
well,
then
you
we
can't
would have
give
had
me
a public firing
Get your own woman.
members of the staff where he basically gives a challenge to 3 judges to do something. One of them fails,
Yeah, he's
and
out
he
here, he was
commented
just
calls as a
screaming in my
press
ears because
conference.
I've got headphones. Yeah, Robin just...
Failed yet. And then
I don't think anyone's
TV
arguing that-
explains they failed and say you're fired, because that would actually be interesting and entertaining. But instead, we have some mobster in charge. We have Donald Trump, the fucking mobster, and this is just horrible because and having to talk over Magda and
That bod into like a...
We have Donald Trump, the bully.
Become a boy bod.
The psycho, the idiot, the buffoon. I mean, it's like...
I'm not going to do it.
I'm glad.
They were saying the right things to the working class, though. That's the thing. The Democrats weren't even trying. We all knew. I know, we all know he was lying.
I'm sorry,
but he was at least saying the right thing.
It's sort of like pathological. Yeah, but I mean, if you have 2 groups of people, if you have 2 people, one of them is saying they're going to fuck you over, and one of them is saying they're not going to fuck you over. Well, it doesn't matter if the person saying they're not going to fuck you over is lying, because there's going to be a fuck ton more people who will believe them. Just believe
She never said she was going to
amusing
fuck people over. She was just...
apart from the amusing theatre of him fucking up constantly socially, I don't honestly think there's that much difference between what he's doing and what would have happened under Hillary.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
It would have been
I don't agree, actually. I find he has. I mean, his whole. It was like when you watched his political campaign, it was, I'm a cunt. And this is how much of a twat I am. And, I got away with saying that. So I'll say something more obnoxious. I'll do something more unpleasant. And I've got away with that.
Yeah.
It was just a case of how much ultimately it became how much can I get away with before people turn around and go, now we've heard enough now. Thank you very much. Good night.
Yeah, I'm glad that France dodged the bullet with Le Pen, just because I think that a woman like her, if she keeps doing this shit, she is going to end up in jail. I mean, she's only being charged for corruption, so it's kind of like, hey, how about you shut up? People already hate you because of what your family did.
Le Pen is. Sorry, Le Pen's
slightly crazy.
was unpleasant.
Le
to
Pen's
say the least.
completely and utterly fucking crazy. But...
He's so barking as to be a pack of wolves. And I'm a fox, and we don't like wolves.
Yes, you're a fox. Now, if you lot don't mind, I'm going to go elsewhere because I honestly can't put up with Magda in the background talking over everyone.
Robert, can you tell Maggie to go in our room and talk there, please?
Do you really honestly think that I have any control over Magda?
Well, no, she's organising a threesome and you're not invited. It shows how much power you have. Over
No, don't worry, Mycroft will be coming over here soon. He's just been given the open house link, so...
But yeah, I mean, I'm glad that France didn't vote for that annoying, stupid, fucking awful person.
Well, if you appeal to a certain criteria of people, which is basically all Muslims are bad, all people, why aren't all Muslims out saying, it's not us, we're defending this is disgraceful, yet you don't get the same call from, say, white supremacists? Why are you not saying not all white supremacists? There's so many double standards that occur over there. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, and one of her, one of the things she wanted to do was basically get part of the army, basically.
The private army.
Yeah, not private army, basically her own personal death squad, which was like a section of the army that answered only to her, not the parliament, not the juries, not the constitution, just to her as security force. I'm like, yeah, how about you just call it the SA, you fucking bitch? Why don't you just dress up as Philippe Pétain and call the country Vichy France again?
Well, it was never...
That way, at least we have a reason. That way, at least we have a reason to invade and then remove her forcibly and hang her.
Well, the French have shown the British how sensible they can be.
Yeah, they didn't burn any sheep. That's the weird thing, isn't it?
And we're talking about a country where people remark about the fact that they have a protest there, and I look at them and kind of go, France is having a protest. And that's like kind of going, there was a...
Must be a day of the week.
France has a protest, America has a school shooting. Yeah, and what is that? Why is that different from any other day? Faggot! I have sent him the link. He's there.
Hey, Mycroft.
I'm going to send Maggie the link there, but this is a big mistake.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like protest is something of a way of life for France.
Well, they have some very strange laws over there, such as when the parent dies, their farm land is divided automatically between all the offspring, which makes things quite weird, which you basically end up with the French farms are very small. But that's why France is, if you look at the farming subsidies that France gets, it's what they do. They make a fortune out of it.
Mycroft, are you there?
He's still got his microphone switched off.
I'm here. Hi, guys.
Hey, Maggie.
Good evening.
Yeah, I'm here. It's just Silver Fox is putting me to fucking sleep.
So what's
I
this?
see Mycroft said the same thing to me. Apparently, I put him to sleep because I remind him of his Greek mother.
No, that's not a different. That's a different thing.
God, are they going to get a room?
Who was it that wanted to work open house? Hey, you're getting your wish, buddy.
Look, it's not a thing. No, it's just.
It's the thing you told me twice that I put you to sleep because when I said no, guys, come. Hang on.
Oh my god.
This is what happens. I warned you.
Can I? So basically, I talked to my.
Hey, Michael. Tonight. Whoa.
No, do you know what's really funny? Hang on. Can I
just ask Michael?
No, you can't.
No, you can't.
You please.
What the fuck are you talking around?
No. There is.
Maggie is in charge.
Shut up. Magda's speaking.
There was few people in the room. I just want to get your opinion on this. I was talking to Mycroft a while ago. Shut up. Shut up. Okay, I was talking to Mycroft a while ago, and then I spoke to him today again, and then he said, basically, when I speak, it's like, you know, he wants to go to sleep because he reminds him of his mother. When she was talking, she would just say things, and he was just like, yeah, ma'am, and then he would fall asleep.
I'm like that.
Offensive.
I've called you mum. Maggie, I've called you
shit,
I've called you mum before by accident.
No, it's true though. I'm sorry.
You're my boyfriend, Robin. He isn't. So I don't know. I think it's really weird.
It's the Greek thing.
Did you say it in an inopportune moment, Robin?
Greek
No.
women do this. Greek women do
I'm not Greek. Fuck off.
I know this.
I was just about to say to her, I want to fuck you up the ass, mum.
No, but then again, he confuses all Europeans with just like, you know, Europe is this one thing. This...
Yeah, but he's an American. You have to pity them.
Did somebody say don't want to fuck me up the ass? Now, I'm listening now, Robin, but, you know,
Anal
I'm not listening
bitch.
to Mycroft. Yeah, that's at least an activity. Going to sleep while you listen to me.
She won't accept any fucking explanation for this at all. There's no way I could explain this.
But Fox, Mycroft said the same to you now. He said that you put him to sleep by just talking. I think that's a bit rude, isn't it?
Hey, Mycroft.
I've learned
that's because
no, Mycroft. That's his humor.
It's just boring. That's why I was falling asleep.
Mycroft,
Yeah,
can I ask, have you seen the video I've sent you?
Ginger, but at least I can change.
I don't want to change. I don't think I'm putting him to sleep. But if he thinks that, then fuck you, Mycroft.
Yeah. Fuck Mycroft. That's.
I'm gonna have to put Maggie to bed in a minute.
Yeah,
in your dreams.
Put her to bed. Put her to bed
You're
right
not
now.
my mother, Robin.
I'm gonna balls deep you.
Fuck you. You can both deep yourself if you want to.
All I was saying.
Right in the treasure chest.
All I was saying is that she has a cadence that is quite similar to a Greek mother. That's it. That's all I was saying. That's all I was saying.
I
You went off on this whole fucking tangent about, oh, you don't think I'm interesting. Blah, 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 blah.
What did you expect, Mycroft?
After 2 hours talking to you, and then you said, "Oh, I'm really fucking tired. I want to go to sleep. Could you put me?"
Yeah, he was trying to dress up the fact that he's bored of you.
Well, we're both drunk, so we're just laughing. But yeah, he's bored of me, and I'm bored of him. Fuck you. That's it.
Yeah, Mycroft.
I'm gonna just freak you out, Mycroft, with ideas like all drugs should be legal.
What?
Yeah.
What?
All of them.
Legalize drugs, ban all guns.
Yeah, exactly.
Drugs should be legal for children.
Yes, but Daddy.
Learn them up quick. Learn them up. Learn them up fast.
Now, okay. I've got a new subject. Spino, what's happened to you? I know there's a subject that's been avoided.
We've got to avoid that, Magda.
No.
It's something it's something I don't want to talk about publicly, but if I'm probably going to stay up until the end, so I can.
Hey, Spino, we can actually.
I can talk about it privately. I just don't want to talk about it publicly.
Spino, we can actually finally agree on something. Fuck V. Like seriously, fuck that guy.
Yeah. That sums it up pretty much.
Hey, who would have thought V would turn out to be a sycophant who would do whatever it takes to back up his Lord God Sargon?
Yeah, well, he's taken a turn into fucking crazy town lately, so you know. Yeah.
No shit.
Which one of them?
Yeah, which town? Should we go and check it out?
No, Maggie.
The town to know
Maggie,
the
Maggie.
town.
There's certain things that free speech advocates aren't allowed to talk about.
Like what?
Like
censorship.
Yeah. Or people using intimidation tactics on people and then preaching censorship.
Okay.
Yeah, V. And I know you're listening. I'm not even going to use the cliche for you. Because I know you're always fucking trying to keep an eye on everybody. Yes, I know you follow my stream.
He's gone full fucking cock lately. I don't know what the fuck his problem is. It's just like
Because he's a sycophant. This is the action of sycophants.
Now you're talking about some idiot.
Yes, some idiot. His name is V, who he's been following me ever since I said a bad word against Sargon. He's been following me. Hasn't said a word to me. Never
And you said
DM.
he's a stalker. Do you think you should sue him for stalking? You should get a restraining order.
You don't sue people for stalking.
Good evening, Pascal.
Hello, Pascal. How you doing?
I'm doing
Hey,
right.
Mycroft, one question. Have you seen the video I've sent you?
What? Do you think I pay attention to you? I don't even know who you. Who are you?
He's an Italian that got weirded out by crazy cats.
He's the Italian guy who thinks that everyone should get beaten up at least once.
Oh, hot. No, what video? Where did you send it to me?
You are so cruel,
It was
Michael.
the one about the Pacific Century.
Magda, it's not all about you.
No, I'm just saying that I
You're not
always got
Brianna
beaten
Wu.
up by somebody. They tried to beat me up, so I beat them up because they tried to beat me up. Is
You
that a
beat
good
them up
response?
because they tried to beat you up.
Yeah.
Wow. Aren't you double hard?
Send it to me again. Who is
I'm not hard at all, but
You're double hard.
We cannot actually.
I'm
go
double hard
through
thinking
and
about
say
you.
What V did because
wow.
the stream's only on for 8 hours, and there isn't enough time to describe what V did.
Yeah, put it in the Google Hangout list here, man. I'll fucking
I'm inside you mentally, Maggie.
oh my god, this is going creepy now. Seriously, I thought me and Micro fucking shit was weird, but
Yeah, what's this about fucking threesome, motherfucker? You're trying to arrange a threesome with my girlfriend behind my back. What the
The
fuck?
ginger threesome.
No, we were talking about threesomes, and I was telling her the only way that you should ever have a threesome is FFM.
two girls, one cup. No,
Yep.
two boys, one cup.
One dick per. Look, man, I was helping you out. All right.
I don't need help.
No, let me hear this, Mags. I think this is important. I think
just
you should,
worried
Magda.
about
I think
your-
you should listen to this too. I think this is
So
an
did you
important
assume that
learning
he was cutting
experience.
you because of his Trump support? Is that what?
No, I finally.
Is he still supporting Trump at this point?
No, finally I understood why he supports Trump. I'm not gonna explain it to you, Mycroft. You go for it if you want to. I don't.
Mycroft wants a threesome with Trump.
You know that.
All gingers together.
If that involves Ivanka, I would let Trump fondle my balls.
She has to wear a morning gown, though.
Take
That's
that bullet.
Speaking of fondling people's balls, what about Jared Kushner? Has anybody seen what's going on with that guy?
How does he look? In terms
I've
of
been
fondling
caught trying
anything, I need to see how he looks.
Have a direct
Not
link
fondleable.
to Russia with that doesn't involve the Americans, and only work in the White House, and Americans are getting upset about it. It's disgraceful.
No, he's been officially linked to having contact with Russia to try to get.
Oh yeah,
them
I've
to
heard
help
of
the
that.
company.
Is that
he
true
also,
though?
one of the things he tried to do was get a direct line, as in the red phone, a direct line to Russia that didn't involve the American government.
But Trump
And yet,
Trump
this is the
thinks
man
he's
in the
a
White
good guy,
House.
so perhaps he's doing his job for him, right?
Yeah, but it might have something to do with the fact that Jared might be slightly related to one of his Trump's daughters.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's right. Wow.
In a sort of marital method.
His Twitter's now been deleted. All of his tweets are gone.
Yeah, to be honest, I haven't actually been keeping up.
Yeah, Mycroft, pick it up. It's your fucking idol. You need to respond now.
Yeah, yeah, trumpets.
Actually aware of what Hitmar was doing.
If only Trump would do the same.
Trumpeter.
Look,
Trumptard.
I made
You identify as Trump, don't you? Don't you?
Look.
They're both redheads.
No, he's not. He's not a redhead. He's not a redhead. We've talked about this. Magda and me reckon he's just not putting his cap on when he gets spray tanned.
Yeah, because we work both in a tanning salon, and if you don't put a cap on, it like leaves this kind of a lingering fucking color on the edge of your hair. I can't speak anymore. But shit, that must be the thing.
We worked in a talent salon. We've seen these sort of mistakes before.
Yeah,
He doesn't leave the cap on. I'm
And I
telling
think it
you.
was Pascal said that me and Robin are retarded for each other, but we are.
Yeah.
Yes, I can confirm me and Magda are retarded for each other. I'm
Yeah, that
retarded
doesn't
for you,
involve
baby.
That doesn't involve you, Mycroft.
Yeah, Mycroft.
Why am I getting mad and shit? What?
I don't know.
Well, I figure any.
Magda wants to include you in a threesome, it seems.
I'm not.
No.
You have to be retarded enough, though.
Yeah.
Exactly.
In a
I'm not
retarded
that-
threesome.
I'm retarded, but I'm not that retarded.
Guys, look.
You need an extra chromosome to get in on that, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you know what? Okay, I would be scared. He would fall asleep.
We're
halfway
down
through
for the
a hand, I'll make
downs,
him sleep.
baby.
The guy would fall asleep. I would get nothing out of it.
I just.
That's when you
work-
slap him on the balls to wake him up.
What the fuck is this shit? Fucking hell.
That's where you ride your strap on into his posterior.
Wow.
His sigmoid gets more of an expansion than it's ever had since.
No,
the
but if
prostate
it's
exam.
me, Robin, and him, then Robin has a penis. I don't need a strap on.
There you go.
So, Magda, look up pegging.
Don't give her any research details.
I'm educated in that art form.
What?
I think you're saying too much now, Magda.
No, never too much.
Is that why you were shopping for strap-ons?
Oh god.
I wasn't shopping. It wasn't you, Robin. You just selling, like putting it on me now. I don't know what's going on. Anyway,
I love.
It's from the film Seven.
Yeah, I'm just watching the video of Turkish people beating the crap out of people in America.
Yeah, I just posted the what happened in the chat. Like I said, I can't talk about it. I can't really talk about it publicly.
V-Doc's his girlfriend. There you go. I've said it. There we go. It's done. It's done. It's out in the open. Somebody had to say it. I'm a free speech advocate. What are you going to do? V's a douchebag, but I'm slightly less of a douchebag.
Nah, douchebags have been near vaginas.
And to be honest, I don't think V is a Sargon
I don't think
sycophant. It is dishonest way or anything. It's just Sargon eventually forming a bond with him because he were like-minded. Flan, if you can make a coherent British English sentence, that would be great. I'm just going to glean from that as much as I can. You're wrong. He's basically... this is his business he's talking about. This is his motivation, is his business.
Maybe let's not give assholes the spotlight.
What I'm saying is that V is not some... You know, there's two types of people
It's
that...
just some idiot in Romania.
Magda, shut the fuck up! Anyway,
Wow, that's fucking rude.
imagine, if you will, there are two types
Somebody's
of
not
people...
getting late tonight.
Shut your mouth.
Yeah, I know about that, love. I'm used to it, though.
Yeah. Anyway.
Mycroft is not.
Don't use that on me. Don't use sex on me like a
Obviously is not
tool.
getting late tonight. We
What are you,
know
the
that,
patriarchy? Anyway, what I'm saying is that there's two motivations that should always be looked upon with suspicion, which is financial gain and ideology. You're almost bound to find a liar and or somebody who's willing to omit the truth when it becomes a monetary value or a ideological value. And V pretty much picks up the first one on that one. It's
You
his
almost put me
business.
to sleep there, Robin.
Well, if you were listening to what I actually said, Then you wouldn't be saying that, would you? Hey,
It was just a joke. It was just prank. It was just mean, bro.
Okay, thank you for explaining it, Michael.
Don't white knight. Don't fucking white knight for her, Mycroft.
I was white knighting for your dick.
Well, it's the only way he'll get laid.
I'm not going to get laid anyway tonight, anyway.
No, I'm on about Mycroft.
The Krasny says hello. I'm going to say hello back. Okay.
I'm just blending another drink. So.
Yeah, let's get another drink on. I've run out of
Turn the blender off first.
No, I'll turn the mic off when the blender kicks in. Partial dox is enough. Yeah. When you're going to dox somebody, it doesn't really matter that you're trying to, or at least how accurate you are. You're already on the dox level.
Unpleasant.
Yeah, and judging from the DM addresses and various sort of bits of information that I've been parley to, I will just say this. This person is trying to intimidate those that support Spino and Spino himself in order to shut up. And how dare he? You made a parody account of our Lord Sargon.
Isn't that the...
How dare you? Don't you know who you're talking to Spino? Don't you know?
What I want to...
Who the fuck do you think you...
This might be like completely off topic, but what I want to know is like, what do you think of the manifesto bust of the Tories? Like, what do you think this is going to have a huge impact?
Nice fucking segue, Mike.
Okay.
I don't give a shit.
No, Mycroft, I'll jump on that. I'll jump on that, regardless of how many people interrupt me. I'll jump on that.
Spino, I love you.
And what might interrupt? No matter. Now you're interrupting me. I will say this is that the thing that you're not sort of like getting with this whole business is that Theresa May has fucked up.
Yeah.
And she has assumed. Yeah, she has assumed a certain amount of popularity when she doesn't. Here's the thing with it when it comes to the Conservatives and the Republicans as well, is that both the Republican Party and the Conservative Party thrive. In fact, they survive on apathy. If there is no apathy politically, they're fucked. And due to the severe level of Brexit and all kinds of other shizzle, she's called an election when everyone's really pissed off.
Robin, you said pissed. I was just having a piss.
You carry on
And
going
I
to lose.
took all of you.
Well, this is what I want to know. Should I change my bets? Because I got money riding on this shit. So, like, do you think I should change my bet?
Let's say this. Theresa May.
Right now, you should not be making bets.
Shut up. Theresa May.
Yes, Dad.
Theresa May has about 6. Magda, shut up. 6 places available to her as far. If she loses 6 places, she's lost the.
I love you, Magda.
Oh, it's so difficult to explain shit.
I do. I make tea for you.
Hey, shut up, guys.
Yeah, Mycroft, listen to me. If Theresa May loses 6 seats, she's lost the popular majority in government. So
I see
it's
plus
very,
12 for her right now.
Yeah, it's very shoddy.
No, Robin, but Mycroft told me he's a Wonder Woman. He predicted Bush, Trump. I think he regrets voting for Bush. And he says now he's predicting this. And next time I'm in a dilemma or a sticky situation, I'm gonna go and ask him.
Yeah, I've got a lot of money on this right now, and I've also got a lot of money on. Got a lot of money on the fucking National Assembly of the Kingdom of Lesotho, but it's funny, it's funny.
I'd bet on a hung parliament if I were you.
Well, yeah, a lot of people are saying that. A lot of people are fucking saying that.
They are. Those are people that are looking.
Whom the minority leader is, that would be interesting. I so hope it's going to be the Labour Party.
Labour's won on this share of the vote before, but It depends how it's distributed.
Apathy counts.
Yeah. Apathy counts, and right now there is an apathy.
So when you have
there is a spreadsheet. There is a spreadsheet that turned into a website that's going around, which is basically a tactics map on specifically how to defeat the Tories.
Well, the questions in the north, right? Like, everything else is pretty much already decided. The questionable areas are in the north, and where they're going to split. And some of these whatever you want to call them, states, municipalities, are coming down to the difference of about 2,000 votes. 2,000 fucking votes. That's fucking minor. And
it's less than that.
That's the thing.
I don't know.
We're talking about cities that have had straw. Do you understand the method of a straw vote?
Go for it, bud.
Well, basically, they do the count. They then have a recount, and if it's still tied, the two political people have to literally draw a straw between them.
Well, I fucking pull out of the hat.
And the longest straw wins. And it's not one. It's like they have a box of like 50 straws in it, and the longest straw wins. It's quite a. It's a weird way of doing it.
There's no more rum.
That's what we do because we're British.
I'll tell you my bet right now. I think the Tories are going to pick up 12 seats. That's my guess right now. And
as long as they don't have a majority, I don't care.
I don't think it's going to be a huge win.
If they have a majority, then Britain is fucked.
Yeah, I think the NHS will be fucking completely gone by the time they finish, and they.
Oh,
well,
we'll be privatised, love.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I got the manifesto that the Tories put out fucking put a damper on my fucking parade. So like, I don't know which way this is gonna go now. But like
the fact that Michael,
do you support that, or do you actually think that's gonna happen?
Right wing of the British.
I wouldn't
using it.
I don't support anything. This isn't my country. I don't know.
No, but you are politically minded. Mycroft, would it be fair to say that politically you are more likely to vote? I
can tell you what I would want for America land, but I wouldn't.
He's of no consequence to the UK land.
GOP, hard Brexit, Britain falls apart, and we'll scrape up what's left.
Well, I could tell you that I would have, if it was the U.S. dealing in the same sort of situation that the UK was.
You're a Republican.
I would have been pro Brexit. But this is the thing, though, is that
Brexit works for everybody, but Britain.
That's in the context.
It works wonders for the US.
I don't know what's best for the UK.
Put yourself hypothetically in a position of being in the UK, or at least.
I don't fucking know. I didn't grow up there.
It's very much like Arizona, but cooler.
It's also about growing up in there.
It's just wetter. It's like Arizona.
I find it very weird to be in one country and then tell other countries, "Oh, you should do this, you should do that. Why aren't you voting?
Okay.
You're voting wrong."
Okay. Mission. Okay. Little sort of message to America. All countries are the same. They just are. You're not different, America. You're just not.
No, I would disagree with that.
Of course you would. You're American.
Not telling another country what to do as such, or what they should do.
Vote for Poland.
An opinion, if you have enough knowledge. That's all.
F5, Maggie.
Now, vote for Poland.
I would somewhat disagree. I think in certain cases, there are policies that would work in one country and wouldn't in another. There are certain policies that are literally impossible in one country and aren't in another.
He's totally right there.
So, one example would be America's, just generally America's foreign policy is pretty much impossible for any other country in the world. So there are certain circumstances where I can actually say that, yes, this country's different, though, is actually a legitimate point to make. I don't think it. I see it used often, though, as a bit of a thought terminating cliche without actual explanations. So when it's
I'm against thought terminating cliches.
Yeah. When you're thinking about
America has the power.
Let the boy speak.
It's late. He needs to go to bed. It's
No,
past
he
bedtime.
he will go to bed very soon. He always goes to bed early.
I actually enjoy Spino's fucking. Go ahead, Spino.
Yeah. So I think what you need to do is instead of saying instead of just America's different though, you need to then thoroughly explain the difference and why in one country it's fundamentally impossible and in another country it isn't. Something like that.
The thing is, America has the ability and the power to change things. Britain doesn't.
Yeah.
We have no power.
Population sizes are also relevant. Along with different history and there's like
culture,
context and things.
population size. There's any number of things going. It's also the way that
how rich the country is, the climate. All of these things can affect how certain policies would work in one country and not in another.
Damn, kid. Listen to the fucking dinosaurs. Listen to the fucking dinosaurs.
Then I told.
He's not saying you are right, Micro, though. He's just explaining.
I'm just explaining it in a more decontextualized manner. It's sort of like a country, let's say, like I don't know, South Africa, that has significantly different problems to India.
Sorry, that was too Robin.
Or China, or Japan, or Canada. Like a policy.
You're doing it now.
There are going to be different. Different policies and different concerns that South African people will have that won't that Canadian people won't have. And just because a policy works well in Canada doesn't necessarily mean it works well in South Africa.
Yeah, but that's just about moving ice around. That's the difference. That's the difference. No. That is the difference, though. When it comes to social levels and things like that, there is no real difference.
No, but he's completely right, though. We're talking about how you structure.
Timing can be different.
It's also like countries in the EU or not. That's going to affect if certain policy is relevant.
Explain the power of Saudi Arabia. Simple.
Oil. That's it. That's their government is absolutely structured around oil.
A significant number of the Gulf states. A lot of their policy. A lot of the reason those Gulf states are stable in the first place is purely because of oil, and those policies.
That's not why they're stable. That's not why they're stable.
They're not stable.
Yeah, they're stable.
Saudi Arabia will crumble after the oil dries up, dude.
The bizarre juxtapositioning of social and political thought around Saudi Arabia is that way because they have oil. That doesn't make them stable.
Well, no, but my point is that their country would crumble without oil. Oil is not a policy.
It will. It's a fucking palm tree in the desert, and they will fail as soon as the oil's gone. They know this.
Well, the thing is, Saudi Arabia also has another thing that's really good.
Billionaires.
No. If and when they can be bothered, they will create the biggest solar farm that's ever existed. That's the. They have what? They have this great big glowing orb that beams down onto the sun, onto the sand. Oh, let's replace the sand with solar panels, like America could do. America could be so self-sufficient with power.
Well, you know what I see happening to Saudi Arabia?
They won't do it.
Is that here's what I see happening in Saudi Arabia. I think that the rich people are gonna fucking bail the fuck out of there, and they're gonna leave those poor people to fucking die.
And where are they going to go?
That's exactly what's gonna happen.
They're going to radicalize.
Wherever they're gonna go to Dubai. They're gonna go wherever the fuck they can.
And how long will Dubai last? And yeah, there's only so many different Arabian countries that have got lots of oil.
They don't.
Oh,
well,
Iran's got oil, hasn't it? Oh, let's go and.
Dubai doesn't need oil. Dubai has tourists, man. Like, this is the thing. The king of Saudi is only the king of Saudi as long as there's oil. After that, the king of Saudi.
King of Saudi will always be the king of Saudi because he is the king of Saudi.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't it? I guarantee you, it's not going to work that way. But as soon as the oil's gone, that little oasis in the fucking desert.
Oh, they will adapt and change. I mean, allegedly.
No, I don't.
The
see
second prince, the Prince of Saud, is.
What resources do they have? What resources do they have? What can they trade on?
Money.
They've got lots of money, lots of oil,
Lots
and a great
and
big glowing orb
lots
in the sky
and
that
lots of money.
They've got nothing for export.
Saudi Arabia. Do you know how much of America Saudi Arabia owns?
It doesn't fucking matter. We're talking about exports, dude. We're talking about.
You're a resource to them.
We're talking about the viability of.
Dude, you're a resource to them. They own 1/7 of the United States circa 2002. God knows how much they earn these days.
Well, the only reason that Saudi Arabia has any power over the US is Saudi Arabia has enough oil where they can basically screw with the market.
Yeah, once they've sold that, however, they translate that into dollars, which is a resource on its own that doesn't go away.
They purposefully reduce their output to bump up the cost of oil.
And that's
how unpleasant they are.
You know what's funny, Robin, is that we'll actually probably see this in our lifetime. And when Saudi Arabia gets dumped into the dirt, I'm gonna come back to you. I'm gonna laugh in your face.
They're not. They're already got plenty of money running around the entire planet, keeping them going.
Yeah, they've bought.
Yeah, I agree.
They just haven't got money stacked up in there
anywhere anytime soon either.
Money isn't just stacked up in the house. It's out there doing things. They've done things with it. They've bought up, well, your president for one.
I have a question about that, actually, and maybe one of you smart people can answer this, or maybe not. How much, I know that he made like deals of several $100 billion over the course of a few years. Do we know how much money that they actually paid? And do we have any sort of expectation that they will actually pay the money that they say that they're going to pay on time? Because don't they have a history of just fucking off and not doing that?
You talking about America here?
No, I'm talking about Saudi Arabia. We'll provide them a bunch of hardware for them to go kill whoever they want, and then they will give us nothing.
Officially, the deal was
They've always paid their way. They've always paid their way.
Pay all of that in money. They could pay it in assets.
Yeah,
they're very good at paying their debts.
I think Ivanka Trump got like $100 million on one of her businesses as well.
Yeah, that was at the last visit, wasn't it?
Do you want to make a bet? You want to make a bet, Robin? GDP drops below a particular percentage in Saudi.
Yeah, you're talking about GDP. We're talking about rich.
Well, name your terms. Name your terms.
What I'm saying to you is that those that have taken the wealth of the Saudi Arabian oil peninsula aren't just sitting on that money. They're investing that money in all kinds of parts around the world.
They will, and I'm sure they will, but they're going to leave because they have that option.
But they still have the money.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The country is not beholden to the individuals living within it. This is the thing, though, man.
Wealth isn't backed up by oil, mate.
Yeah, I think basically Robin's point is that even though they won't be producing wealth through oil, they'll have invested it into other financial areas, so they'll still be able to produce wealth.
I'd argue that they are beholden.
I don't think they. I don't necessarily think that they would have to act quite smart if they were going to do that. And I don't know if the Saudis are smart enough to actually make sure that they have all of their assets in the
I don't
other areas.
This is the problem that I have with this theory, right? Is that there's no leverage after the oil's gone. We're assuming that we're post Saudi oil, right? There's absolutely no leverage for this country
Except
I guess in terms
the
of
fact
like,
that they have investments that encounter
They have a-
1/7 of the American economy. You think that as though that's of no consequence?
They won't after the oil's gone. That's all I'm
What
saying.
are you talking about? How does that make sense?
Talking about two different, Robin, you're talking about the royal families and the people who swindle who take the Saudi oil, and once it's gone, they'll go fuck off somewhere else. Mycroft's talking about the country of Saudi Arabia and the people who live there afterward.
Nobody cares about that. Not even you.
Yeah, that's coming across. Yes.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that nobody gives a fuck about them. When you're talking about Saudi Arabia, you're not talking about the poor, shit-heeled people of Saudi Arabia. They are of no consequence at all. The only people that matter in Saudi Arabia are the Saudis.
The royal family.
That's all that matters. They're just subordinates. That's it.
I feel that,
they have so much power. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, well, all I'm simply saying though is that this country is, like I said, like it's a.
Mycroft, they will buy anything. If some company tomorrow turns out and creates a power station that generates power, they will just buy it. They will take control, take it over, and then it's sold on their terms.
And we have given them the power, right?
Well, we can't stop them
Well, America
because they've got so much money.
Economy, that's why they have so much power over us.
Well, there you go, yeah.
Well, yeah, but
The country itself will become insignificant, but the wealth and people behind it will maintain leverage, not as much. But
There's 100 people in Saudi Arabia that matter. Everybody else is just basically just part of the process.
This is sort of my argument, though, right? Like when we're talking about the U.S. involvement in Saudi Arabia, right? The reason that I would say that we shouldn't care about Saudi is that that country is going down. Like they're going to lose eventually.
Didn't you say this about China?
Do you want to talk about China?
Well, we did have a chat about
said that
China, and you
last
completely
week about
revised your
China.
terms about China.
China's going down.
I
might have been slightly tipsy.
America is going down.
I'm happy to talk about China. We can talk about China too if you want.
No, we're not here to talk about China, but you were wrong about China, so...
Mycroft, what they do is reinvest. They don't sit with their, look at my bank vault, it's got 5 billion gold
I have
bars
million gold coins.
I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's enough to stabilize that country. Without the reserves of oil, they're going to go bust.
Well, you guys are talking about oil and all this stuff, but what's really going to hit the area is the impacts of climate change, without a doubt, 100%.
Socialist.
So you're suggesting it's when the habitability of where they're living starts to come into
Hey,
play.
Pascal, how do you feel about the carbon tax on my dick?
Well, your dick does make a lot of carbon.
What the hell does carbon tax have to do with man-made climate change?
This is Michael trying to muddy up the situation, so no one catches him out. Yes.
No, I'm happy to talk. I'm happy to talk about Saudi Arabia if you want to continue this conversation. But I was just fucking firing a shot at fucking Pascal, little fucking dick face.
Pascal, it's
You have a hard on for Pascal, Michael.
The Pascal hard-on.
The Pascal hard on.
Does that make Pascal a carbon sink?
He's a little Canadian faggot.
Pink Mycroft.
How to run the world.
I do.
I would rather be Canadian than American.
I'd run the world very efficiently.
Would you?
No, that's the Germans.
How would you deal with the Russians? So you're alone in a room with Putin. What do you do?
Poison their vodka.
I'd stab him.
Fuck the Russians. Just ignore him. That's it.
Fuck the Russians, everyone. Fuck the Russians.
If I'm alone,
Don't fuck the Russians. Just ignore them.
In a threesome.
Give the Russians fuck.
That's not an option.
Hey,
That's not an option,
who
man.
do you see the Russians fucking? Russians, Americans, and who else? Who is part of the threesome? Saudi Arabia, maybe?
You can't stab Putin, man. Fucking.
No, you're
Putin.
supposed to inject him with polonium.
No,
I'm pretty sure I could.
Stab faster, man. No.
I think he's just projecting this bullshit, you know.
Yeah,
so.
no, but he does have a point. Like what would you do like seriously? Because clearly political assassination is probably not a good idea.
No, I'd become Putin's friend.
Seems to work for Putin.
Well, no, don't fuck up shit yourself and then dictate the rules to somebody else. Yeah, you know, the Americans like arbiter of right and wrong. They maybe should behave morally themselves, you know? And then they can tell some other country.
I'm sorry. Are you asking the Russians?
F5.
Are you asking the Russians to behave morally? Is that?
No, I'm asking the Americans to behave morally, Micro.
Oh, okay, well,
That's not going to happen, baby. That's just you're wasting your time.
Morally. Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
They don't do that.
Then fuck off and don't tell anybody else what to do. That's all.
Yeah, they don't. That's also something that they. Yeah, that's also something they don't really do.
So why are we even here? The world is fucked. Let's just go and join the party.
Let's all just kill Americans.
Look, we only act morally when we get caught. That's how.
Yeah, we're just gonna kill Mycroft, put his head on a spike, and then.
It's Minecraft's fault.
Well, Mycroft. Let's be honest, mate. If there were a revolution and there was a wall, you would be first.
Yeah, he's the one that voted for people like Trump and shit.
Yeah.
He's one of those. You know, you represent them all, Mycroft. Not all by Mycroft.
I'm actually very white, so I'm pretty sure I'd get that privilege. You know.
No, you just get thrown in the gulag.
Like for Putin, what I'd do is I just use the same techniques that he's been using for the U.S. I'd use agitprop. I'd target the oligarchs. I'd target Putin himself, and I'd have the people, informed, because right now they don't have a clear channel to information.
That's completely being naive if you think that.
Yeah, shut up, Pascal.
Why is that completely being naive?
Because you're Canadian.
What do you mean by not having a clear channel to information about what the Russians are doing? You mean? Or...
Because the Russians own the media. What goes on Russian television?
Is it not the Jews anymore? Fuck.
No.
It's the Russians.
Well, I think their way is to muddy up the situation as much as possible, so nobody fucking knows what's going on.
It's not that Putin's lying to his people; is that his people enjoy being.
Just making jokes, Jesus.
I don't think the Russian people enjoy being lied to.
I never said that. It's just that they're lying to them. So
It's a post-truth situation, like the one that's spreading elsewhere. So nobody knows what's real, what's true.
Yeah, Putin is paying money towards groups that are propagandizing in one direction and the other. So what he's doing is he's making sure that he's got control over all aspects of everyone for and against him.
Yeah, exactly. Robin's actually there, right there. If you wanna have a laugh, take some time and look into the money flows.
Hear that, internet? Robin is actually right there.
Shut up, Robin. I was still explaining it. Fucking hell.
Robin is actually right there.
If you look at the money flows from Russia.
Listen, internet. Listen to Mycroft now. He predicted Trump.
I did predict Trump. You dick. The money
he also
flows
voted for Bush and he regrets it.
Russia to Sputnik.
What an idiot.
And RT. God damn it. Fuck you.
No, Mycroft, fuck you.
We're in a threesome.
Oh, we're not back on the threesome again.
Threesomes are the only thing. Yeah, it's.
Yes, Flan, I'm always right.
Oh my god.
Mycroft, do you feel it? Can you feel it?
In your ass.
Sorry. That's a hard no.
Can you feel it anally?
That's a hard no, bitch.
He wants to feel it, Robin. What are we gonna do?
I bet he
about
does.
Not gonna happen, baby.
Very hard. No.
Not for all the money in the world.
Okay. I've heard that. Very young boy.
Very
I haven't said that publicly yet.
young boys.
Very
Take very young boys.
Oh my god, Fox, that's so funny.
No, Flan, I'm always right, never wrong. Get it? Get used to it.
So what I was saying initially, though, is that if
Nobody
you
wants to listen to you,
actually-
Mycroft.
No, seriously, if you look at the money, there's actually quite a lot of money coming out of Russia and going into Sputnik and RT, Russia Today, two establishments of news media, and you'll find it funny that those are the biggest donors to both of those sites. Go look into the numbers, my
Just
dude.
blame all the Russians. It's all the Russians. Nothing to do with us. Nothing to do with anybody else.
Inside Russia,
yeah, but we
the
allow it to
press is
happen.
controlled by the Russian government. So
Well, no, the argument though is that they didn't hack anything. They definitely influenced.
You just allowed them to be hacked.
no,
Well,
they did.
influenced- But here's the thing though, is that the U.S. influences elections all over the fucking world regularly.
Oh yeah, that's done for many years.
But that's the Republican excuse for everything, though. I've heard that before.
Let's make this clear. Let's make this clear that Russia did targeted cyber warfare in order to influence the U.S. election.
Wow! Suddenly,
fact.
Russia's doing it, and that's a problem. Guess what, bud? The
But
US.
We were always
I never got that because I did it or somebody else did it. No, but this target, I hear it all the time because everybody else is doing it. It's not a problem. It's still fucked up, you know.
Yeah, it wasn't right when the US was
doesn't
doing it.
make
It's not right when Russia does
Yeah,
it.
U.S. fucking around, like sticking its dick in every
Exactly.
country in the world is not cool either.
I'm
Doesn't
looking at
make it right.
Ukraine, looking at Obama and Ukraine. Yeah, of course it doesn't make it right.
So what does that? What is that? That's not an excuse.
That's not the argument, though. The argument, though, is that if you're gonna fucking shit on Russia for catching up to today's fucking intelligence warfare, right? Take a hard look at yourself and take a hard look at what your country's doing.
We just said that what we were doing was not all right. That does not excuse what they were doing.
Well, they have every right to defend themselves in the same way that we're defending ourselves.
That's not defense. That's attack.
That's okay then. That wasn't done for defense. That was done for Putin and his oligarchs.
It's called escalation of force, my dudes. Unless you're gonna go fucking riot in the streets to get your security forces under control, Russia has every right to do what they did. Period.
What are you talking about? They have the right to fuck with somebody else's elections.
If we're doing it,
That-
Maybe you should
So-
stop fucking doing it.
Not right when we do it either.
You're missing the vital point of us being right while we do something.
Are you gonna go down and protest your government, Robin?
Have done
There are fucking elections
have
coming
done
up, by the
since
way.
I was
Mycroft,
alive.
maybe-
Yeah, I've been doing that since I was alive. It didn't really do much.
Oh, well.
You're assuming that because after years of protest and nothing, that I should accept that the Russians are doing it to us. No.
I wanna see pictures of you protesting. Did you have long hair?
What's a fucking asinine
yes, yes, I
argument
did
now?
have long hair.
Long hair.
Yeah.
Yes, I did have long hair at the time.
I still have long hair.
Actually, no, you didn't, Robin, but you've got now, so that's it.
Going having a
Things
cigarette.
change.
Back in a mo.
Yeah, things fucking
He has
change,
long hair
Mycroft.
because Magda says so.
Yeah,
No, because he can be us. I have no say. He you know, he's his own person.
Beard.
Like, do you guys remember?
I think you're getting
Magda
too
is
deep
my
in there.
hero.
Too
Do you guys
fucking
Magda
remember?
is the hero.
Do you guys remember when the U.S. got?
I'm also going for a cigarette. I'll be back.
All right. Do you guys remember
Turn
when
the bloody mic off.
Are you done? Do you remember when you remember when the U.S. got shit on for hacking people's cell phone? Remember that?
The US is.
I
don't know. For want of a better phrase, the US goes out of its way to be corrupt.
Do you know what's funny about that is that when these leaks came out, we actually found out that the Germans were doing the same thing to us. Did you know that?
Yeah, because that's what governments do.
Oh, that's just what governments do.
But it
Yeah.
doesn't make it right.
It doesn't make it right, though.
Well, if we want to play the reality game, sir,
Don't ever call me sir.
why not? you want me to call you
So
baby?
I'm never going to be as. I hate being as.
Sorry, madam.
Oh, is that like a?
Mr. Youthrington?
Is that like a British thing? You don't like the sir word? Like you don't like that?
It's a Yorkshire thing, aye, lad.
Alright,
We don't
alright.
like to be called sir.
So you know what happened, faggot?
We know how to play cricket, and that's about it.
Jesus.
You can't call Yorkshiremen faggots either. That's Lancashire people.
Oh, for fuck's sake! You
I
guys have
wouldn't wheel up Lancashire a lot.
What am I supposed to call you then? Fucking.
What are we going to do about Vladimir Putin if he is an evil dictator, an evil despot? He's against Western society, as demonstrated by his destabilizing of the 2016 election and thereby the country. Does this mean that we, Article 5, invade Russia, murder Putin, and install some sort of probably EU business-friendly oligarch at the top of Russia to further stabilize the region? Is that what we're going to do?
No! You just
Wait for him to die of natural causes, or for Russia to go bankrupt again.
Yeah, just leave him the fuck alone. Jesus fucking Christ. Everybody fucking employs espionage. Everybody fucking does it.
Yeah,
Guess what?
it's just the limits that people get upset about.
The only problem with leaving him alone is the expansionism into former Soviet territories.
You fucking Brits have an entire fucking movie series about it. James Bond, anybody? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's not real.
Oh well,
James Bond.
your MI6 is real, my dude. It's a real thing, and guess what?
Yeah, it is, but
yeah. Bunch of rather dull guys in an office.
They call it import-export.
Oh, shut up.
People behave badly, therefore we can behave badly. Is not an excuse.
It's not that we should, it's just that we have to.
Why do we have to?
No, we don't. It's called having standards.
Because other people steal, we should steal.
Because if you're a world hegemon, my sir, like people here in the U.S., we do have that hegemon.
You're in the mood for it, yeah.
We do actually have to monitor all of the rest of the facts.
So in other words, you're complaining about, say, the Germans spying on you because they found out you were spying on them.
They were quite happy for the Germans to spy on them because we were spying on the Germans, which is a really good argument.
It's not looking good for you.
Oh, was that a boosh?
That was a boosh.
Oh, okay.
Are you booshing? Are you well and truly booshed?
I must have missed it. Here's the thing, bud.
Don't bud me, friend.
I wasn't budding you. I was budding.
Not your friend, pal.
Don't friend me, pal.
I'm not your friend, pal. But
That's the one.
thing.
I like that one.
America, the English.
James Bond is a fictional story. You're right, Fancy Cat.
Why don't you? Okay, look. Britain,
we don't do bugs.
Brianna Wu for Congress. Muslims want her. What could be wrong with that?
I wouldn't want Congress with Brianna Wu.
Oh, can you imagine?
Look, you had a fucking.
Can we just all imagine having sex with Brianna Wu for a second? Oh.
You guys had a great fucking empire for a while, and you fucked it up.
And what do? We used the
no,
power
we
that
didn't fuck it up. We had to sell it off to pay you guys back because you ripped us off during World War II.
And you took a great lesson from it, right, Mycroft?
Why don't you redevelop your empire?
Because I think India might get slightly upset about that.
No, maybe come up with your own EU as an option.
Okay. MSNBC has come up with a wonderful secret code words for snowflake means person of color. Secret code words for SJW means stingy Jew. A secret code word for cuck means lover of fat woman. And secret code word for trap means hot girl I want to
I think
rape.
that's from a parody.
Wait, can we go back to the fat woman one? Can you repeat that one?
Apparently, according to MSNBC, A cuck is a lover of fat women. I think we call them feeders.
Nice.
So MSNBC knows nothing about that.
No, but like, I have a question. I have a question for
Yes,
you guys.
they're
Like,
ignorant.
are you guys like fat phobic? Like,
I love feeders. I think they're lovely people.
I can
And
totally
I
get
will-
down on like a chick with some.
It's about who the person is.
I will sell them the elephant cleaning broom that they require.
Silver Fox is gay. Fucking gay, dude.
Silver Fox is gay. And that, yes, it has been confirmed on the open house that you are indeed
Well, in
gay.
that case, excuse me, women, leave.
That's right. If you're gay, women need to
I was
leave.
actually about to leave, but I'm not sure now.
That's the one thing that you notice about gay people is they're not really attractive to women.
No, I like women with a couple extra pounds.
But you're not fucking gay, Mycroft, so...
No,
well,
No, he's ginger, love. That's even.
He was looking for a threesome between you and
ginger.
I believe that he was looking for
With
a
a
threesome
beard.
between you and me. So that means that he's looking for the MMF style threesome
Robin,
here.
it depends on how big your dick is, man. Like, I mean, we gotta
I'm a good 9.5, depending.
talk. Yeah.
Centimeters.
Are you that small?
But most importantly, I'm thick.
Ew.
Well, you could say you were retarded for each other.
Does it mean thick or dense?
I'm like, let's say this. I'm like Moses when it comes to parting the seas.
Yeah.
Entirely fictional.
Fucking hell.
Can't get the staff these days.
It's a weird staff.
I don't know. To be honest with you, I think
Yes,
being
fat
gay would
people should not be allowed into office.
Okay.
No, fat people
We should make
be
the
allowed
doors
into
smaller
office
so they literally can't
as
get
long
in.
as they can fit through the door.
They haven't got the self-control.
Make the doors narrower.
Yes.
Do you trust a skinny chef though?
Yes, I do.
Because he doesn't eat all the fucking food. He
There
just
we
cooks.
go. See, Maggie brings it through. Holy shit, I guess cross-burning were just celebrations for certain white folks. Got it. Oh god, I love Twitter.
Robin, you weren't here when I asked my question earlier. Taking your thesis, the thesis that Hillary...
Have I got a thesis?
Yes, that Russia has declared war on the Western world by hacking and destabilizing the election of 2016 and thereby...
No, they haven't declared war on the Western world by doing that. They declared war on the Western world by deciding that somebody who is hacking and robbing anyone else apart from Russia is legally okay.
Okay.
That was when they declared war on the Western world. Because what they were doing was basically promoting the idea that I can fuck any country, any company, no matter what, as long as it's not Russian.
So here's my question: what do we do about it? Basically, do we Article 5 invade Russia?
No,
assassinate
you
Vladimir
hack
Putin,
hack
replace
Russia.
him with some
You
sort
hack
of,
Russia to death. You take the gloves off.
magnate.
You take the gloves off and you hack Russia to death. So that the entire Russian peninsula, every last Russian computer, is basically under complete
So we give them the Stuxnet treatment.
I mean, yeah, a total DDoS. Yeah, they should be DDoS to death. Until they understand that, yeah, maybe you need a law that stops you from hacking other countries. Maybe you need some sort of extradition treaty when it comes to hacking.
Without better hacking laws, eventually somebody will do that, and just see how long it takes before somebody cracks. So
Yeah.
I suppose that is
The entire world should unite against Russian hackers and DDoS them to death. Not for freedom of speech, no, to protect yourselves from people who would undermine your freedom of speech. There is The worst people, the most avid attackers of freedom of speech are those that are absolutely big proponents of it. They usually are the worst. I know you can say this, but I've Stircore as well. The ones that are always saying, "Oh yeah, I'm a big freedom of speech person," they're the first to sue your ass. Or when you say, "Hang on a second, you're full of shit."
Yeah.
But they just pretend to sue us. Anyway, I'm
The
gonna
liars.
go. I'm gonna go. Have a nice night, guys. I'm too drunk. So
Bye bye, Maggie. I love you.
bye.
And I'll see you in the living room.
So much for our fucking drinking contest.
Well, then come and join me privately. We can drink them. I don't have any more drinks. I need more booze.
She's run out of alcohol.
Maggie,
are you sure she's Polish?
She is. She's run out of alcohol.
Okay, bye. Bye-bye.
No idea.
Yeah, she was the one that challenged me, though. Just saying.
Everyone challenges you.
Mycroft, you are a challenge.
I know, baby.
You're a challenge to yourself.
I should go to bed, actually. I've got to get up early. Ugh.
On a Sunday? Are you mad?
Yes. My missus has been visiting Kanukistan and she's coming back tomorrow morning, so I've got to go and pick her up.
From where?
She's been visiting Kanukistan.
Oh, Kanukistan. Oh, begging your pardon. I thought you said Kakistan for a second. I was thinking, that's a country now?
It should be.
Should be.
Shut up.
There's probably some poverty.
Oh, stop. Oh, stop. No, don't. Stop. Stop embarrassing yourselves.
The glorious empire of Kekistan.
Oh, so much forced memes. So much forced memes. Could this
It was funny for like a few days.
No,
a few hours.
that's wrong. It was never funny. It started off not funny, and it continued with not funny.
Well, it amuses me. You can continue to argue. Night, guys.
That's wrong with. That's something that you and I have to obviously get sorted out. But much love. Take it easy, mate. So yeah.
Good night. Have a lovely evening. Take care.
So it's not going to be a long open house today because I need to tell Magda who the man in the house is.
She knows.
You're not the man of the house, and I'm going to show you.
She knows, and she
I'm going
hates you,
to
boy.
inject the man in the house into you.
Go for a threesome.
Does anybody else hear this crackling noise?
Yeah.
Just you.
Gotta get that string bag on.
Yes.
No, they're still fucking killing each other.
What is V still going on?
No, I'm playing Fallout New Vegas, and I basically modded in. I found some some old mod that changes the super mutant into an elite from Halo. And I took this and then.
You really are desperate to get Halo included into Fallout, aren't you?
I am. It's kind of a personal project of mine. The problem is now all the but for some reason the super mutants are more in the elites are more interested in killing each other than killing anyone else. So
that is an intense level of fucking autism, dude. Like, congratulations.
Yeah. So I'm having issues with the fact that they are that they're all shooting each other, and I want them to stop. And I'm trying to work out what part of their AI package in the GEC is causing this, and I still can't fucking work it out.
Just autism things. I'll do.
Yeah.
Oh, gee, wow.
Yeah, I just went onto V Munro's stream just to double check if he wasn't being a complete virtue signaling cuck, and he is. V, there's nothing about you that's redeemable. You should close your account if it didn't make you so much money.
No,
Look, come on, Robin. Come on, Robin.
What? Come on.
Make some money.
Fuck the guy. No, it's his business. It's all about his business. That's all he is.
Sunlight. Look, sunlight's the best disinfectant, though. I do.
No, it's not.
Well, yeah, but no. Well, sunlight is a good sunlight's a good disinfectant as long as there's not a good salesman there.
Yeah, I mean penicillin is pretty good at disinfecting stuff too. You know.
Well, here's the thing, though.
They came out.
I'm actually really happy watching V just flash his ass at the fucking internet because, to me, it's just kind of like, I don't know. It kind of makes me happy a little bit because it's like, yeah, all right, well, everybody knows you're a fucking dickhead now.
Well,
Everyone knows you're a faggot.
Well, even now, it seems that the majority of the fan base doesn't fucking care. So it's kind of like he just basically, like this. A couple of years ago, this sort of thing would have been career ending. On YouTube.
I don't think so. I don't think so, man. I don't think so. Look, I've said this a million times. YouTube is for cat videos. If you look at the people that are making the most money, the most getting the most views, it's people that are doing like fucking makeup tutorials. This is not the fucking Greek amphitheater. This isn't a place where you can espouse ideas and expect to be taken seriously.
Well, no, there are certain areas within YouTube that do some demonstrable shit, right? That are horrible. Like, for instance, the Daddy of Five YouTube channel.
There's like a really weird popular channel called Disney Collector.
Too loud, Fox.
Good evening, Fox.
Am I chilling?
Very distorted, very loud.
Fox.
Very loud, very distorted.
I can hear him fine.
Yeah, he's fine. It's probably you.
Drew is cracking.
Yeah,
to...
it's not fine for the person that is actually putting this out.
Well, is it coming through to the audience?
It's coming through incredibly distorted, incredibly loud.
Well, is the audience saying anything?
I'm hearing it, and everyone is hearing what I'm hearing.
Well, we'll wait for the audience to decide on that, but I'm going to say...
I'm brutally honest, young Robin-y chap, but it's coming through perfectly legible to me.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Yeah, I believe it or not, I am aware of what the audience is hearing. That's all I'm saying. If you want to just make some adjustments, just bring your volume down. That's all I'm asking. Yeah, as Flan says, nope, Fox is loud.
Flan says Fox is loud, so that's good enough for me. Oh, and so does... Oh, God.
Is this better? Is this better?
Says
I don't know what's going on with your mic, man, but yeah, it's very, very loud and distorted.
Wait, how the hell is he coming in okay for us? And then...
Yeah.
I do not know.
Well, no, like F5 or
of the
something?
universe.
Is this better?
It's like,
That's
how
better,
come
yeah.
America become so strong? Fucking knows.
It's like you yeah.
Shut up, Fox.
Hang on.
I'll bite you in the feet, bitch. It's gonna happen. It's gonna... Oh, man. Girlfriend.
Girlfriend.
I was saying
You haven't got
we were
one.
talking about channels that like randomly have high subscriber counts. There's this woman who has like, I don't know, maybe it's like something with the ASMR crowd. She has a softly spoken voice, but she has like a fuck ton of subscribers and views, and all she does is review Disney products. That's all she does. It's just really bizarre. And nobody's ever seen it.
Our audience like much of the
Fair play to her.
That does actually make sense to an extent. Because if you think about it, that might actually be something people are looking for.
Yeah, maybe like
It's
kids,
to do with
but...
consequence, folks. If somebody is looking for Disney products, yeah, they may have a more popular YouTube channel, but that's just for people who are looking for new Disney products.
Well,
Not looking for somebody who are looking into things for political machination, let's say, political commentary.
That's what they do.
Right, and so that's the thing, though, is that like when we're... I had my opinions about what happened with Russian Deadpool, and I made those clear. But here's the thing: like, if we're talking about people putting shit up on YouTube, you know, this isn't like a place for serious talk, right? I mean, everybody's free to put up whatever they want. We're free to fucking
I
think
disagree.
Whatever we want of them.
I'm sorry, but you can put forward. It's a place for both serious and not serious talk. We are quite capable of putting forward arguments that are serious. I mean, look at us now. We have discussed
Traps are not gay.
all sorts.
See?
Well, think of it this way:
we discussed Spino hasn't had an argument any time tonight.
Well, no, this is the thing, though. Is that
we have discussed the Saudi Arabian oil crisis, the way the Saudi Arabians are controlling the world. We have discussed Russia. We have discussed USA. You cannot turn around and say that this place is not somewhere for purely hypothetical talk.
I think we can discuss that, but I think Mycroft is right.
Oh, go to bed. You're too young.
No, I'm saying that Mycroft is right. That's not what YouTube is called for. We are going effectively against.
It might not be what it's tooled for, but it's what it's there
Dude,
to be used
fucking
for.
please listen to what? Fox.
So much to be
Right,
able
both
to
of
do
you,
with this
Fox,
channel.
Mycroft, hush your little mouths. Spino.
Yeah, it's not something that YouTube incentivizes us to do. To an extent, it almost actively disincentivizes us to actually go into nuanced political discussion, because that's not really what people want to see, even including people who are interested in politics. So like, you're both kind of right, and I think you're sort of talking past each other.
When it comes down to it, it's really to do with politically active people. When I say politically active, I'm talking about people who are willing to go out there and basically spread information and talk. It doesn't take a lot. It actually takes a very small amount to swing election.
Yeah. The second you become politically, when you become motivated to review politics, you're going to be looking at all these different channels, right? It's like some people are politically connected and some people are not.
I mean, I'm personally of the belief.
Doesn't the onus come down onto the individual reviewing the information, though? Doesn't though, like?
Well, of course, and it depends on the information.
If I go to Alex Jones for all of my fucking, information, who do you blame? Do you blame Alex Jones or do you blame me for fucking?
Why not both?
For fucking
you.
Disagree.
I blame both.
It comes back to the individual. That's my opinion.
Well, that's an interesting question, because that actually reminds me of that line. It's one of my favorite movie lines from New Hope, when Obi-Wan says, "Who is more foolish, the fool or the fool who follows him?"
Right.
But
both are foolish, but who is the more foolish? Who's the one
with the power? Who's the one that actually votes? Right.
If you look into human cognition, right? Like this is something that has a scientific basis. People don't have agency. So the information that's out there, if it's fake, they're gonna pick up on it, especially if it's politicized, and take it as truth. So both parties have a responsibility.
You kind of lost me at hello there when you said people don't have agency.
They don't.
Nonsense.
Well, of course they do.
Do you want to get into like a philosophical free?
People have agency.
The opportunity.
People have agency. The problem with agency is that it requires information. This is what I'm talking about when it comes to this small, adept sort of group that are trying to propagandize people.
But for the majority, people will not have the free will to be able to rationalize this information that they are receiving.
No, Pascal, that's bullshit. They will rationalize it, but they'll rationalize it in their own way. To say that they don't have agency is to say that they have no responsibility of what they're saying. What I'm saying is that they do have agency. That doesn't necessarily mean that they have responsibility for their information.
Yeah, I agree with Robin. Definitely.
Like I said, and I've said it before in many of my memes, I'm pretty sure you're all wrong.
If you're only fed a certain amount of information, which is why a certain, basically, the whole of the media in the UK have gone extremely right wing. If that is all you're fed, then that is ultimately what you believe.
Hang on, I disagree with that entire premise. I disagree with that entire premise. How has the media in Britain gone entirely right wing?
I wouldn't say it's entirely.
No, but then nothing could be said in entirety, guys.
I'll rephrase it. How many left-wing journals are there out there? How many left-wing media outlets exist?
I agree there's a sort of right-wing dominance, yes, but...
Dominance isn't the word, is it, really?
Hey, I gotta jump in here real quick. Pascal, I love you, baby. I love you, baby.
Well,
Mwah.
Well, if
Okay,
there's
much love.
So then it's a softer word, because I don't think that's accurate, because the Daily Mirror sells nearly 1 million copies every day. The Guardian is well respected. You know, the New Statesman, the BBC is sort of
the BBC.
centrist, I guess.
I'm sorry, excuse me. The BBC that is run by the person in charge of the news and media outlets of the BBC was the best man at not Gordon Brown.
David Cameron?
No, previous Exchequer. The drug snorter.
Well, you mean the one who's working for the
one who's now running the
Evening Standard?
Yeah.
And
he was so. I mean, the BBC. If you go look up all the senior officials of the
that doesn't imply political bias there.
There is so much political bias in the BBC. It is becoming
Gentlemen,
almost.
gentlemen.
I'm not saying that there's no bias.
Gentlemen. If you're looking for bias in the BBC, you may need to squeegee your Overton window.
Look. The thing with the BBC is that there is a is that there is a lot of bias within. There can be a lot of bias within the BBC. It's just
there is.
Bias, yeah, okay.
But they try to be impartial.
But that bias doesn't actually appear to have a there's almost an equal amount of left and right wing bias in there.
No.
Yeah. Yes, there is. I mean, have you seen?
I'm sorry.
No. Have you actually seen that article on Islam?
Whoa, one at a time. Jesus Christ.
I know, isn't it?
Robinson, the BBC's political editor, he ran the Cambridge Conservative Club. He has plugged up so many.
I want to hear what Spino was saying. Can Spino?
No. My point was as a sort of rough averaging out, I don't necessarily think that there's much of a left or right lean to the BBC.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, I would Spino. I would seriously suggest you have a Google at the.
But that's guilt by association.
Well, the BBC news what's he called? Oh, bugger. There is so much bias within the BBC caused by certain persons, and I can't remember his name, but put it this way, he was a very strong Rupert Murdoch person. The links to Murdoch throughout the BBC now are getting quite vile. From that,
the conflict of interest doesn't a conflict of interest does not necessarily prove bias.
Did you see the Margaret Thatcher, Theresa May getting interviewed on Monday?
No, I haven't seen that yet.
I would suggest you watch that.
Okay,
because
so,
it is really. I mean, she's crap being interviewed anyway. I freely admit that, but she made so many panning and dropped herself. I mean, it's almost.
speaking there. It sounds like your bias is speaking more than anyone else's.
I'm biased.
It's not even necessarily your bias. I think it's more the fact that this is an individual example and doesn't necessarily contradict the point. I'm not saying there isn't bias within the BBC. My point was that just because there is
Laura
right-wing
Kusenberg?
bias.
Laura Kusenberg. Do you know her? She's the BBC's political editor. She has actually been picked up by the BBC with the fact that she has been misreporting Jeremy Corbyn. And that's
okay.
Google it. You can find that out.
One individual.
Again,
when you think about it, it's one individual, but her power, or rather, her.
For every single individual that you could say that about, I think you could say the same about, look at those articles about Islam and social justice and things like that, which are so heavy-handed and so deliberately.
And is that okay?
No, I'm not saying it's okay, but it goes
so
both
it's okay
ways.
for the BBC, which is supposed to be totally impartial. We have
I'm saying it cuts both ways. I'm saying it cuts both ways. I'm not saying
no. Look. We're not saying the problem. We're not saying the problem is smaller than you're saying. We're saying the problem is bigger than you're saying. Not that the bias you're saying doesn't exist. We're just saying there's extra bias that you're not acknowledging.
You are aware that
then look no further than.
To be honest.
Two persons, two individuals basically control the British media. As in, they have control over 50% of the British media outlets.
Yes, okay.
As a newspaper, and both of those are right-wing / Tory.
Okay. Yes.
You have not. You are seriously.
But now we're not talking about the BBC anymore. Which
I'm expanding
the subject.
But those persons have direct links to people who now run the BBC news department.
Yes, but they also have direct links to places like the Guardian, the Mirror.
No, they don't. We're talking about people who used to be editor of the Sunday Times, which, as we all know, is a very Tory. It is a Murdoch.
It actually isn't.
Well,
yes, here's the thing about the Times, and here's why I think
you love finding secrets and Easter eggs in video games. Then look
he
no
actually
further
does not
than.
have a majority stake in it, so it's less sort of there's less of his
yeah.
Guys, hi. I have
newspaper.
Yeah, I have a question for you guys. Do you guys think that the EU in its current form is like America with the Articles of Confederation?
What? No. Look, oh god, I was actually kind of getting to the drive of this because like it kind of felt like ex-Gamergate days,
I'm still on.
I was enjoying it.
I'm still on this point of people being able to make up their minds when it comes to the political landscape.
Yeah.
Do you actually think that the majority of individuals who are politically involved are going to be able to make rational choices on their political leanings?
You have to believe that, though, don't you? I mean, like, if you didn't, what's the other option? Don't give people the right to vote?
No, just look into cognitive processes and try to understand how people think.
Well, no, but
because I did an entire series on this like recently called The Backfire Effect.
Please explain the backfire effect for anybody who isn't listening.
Okay, so the backfire effect, what happens is if you have a political motivation, right? Like let's say you're a liberal and you go up to a conservative and the conservative, like you're pro climate change, and the conservative goes, but what about the carbon tax? Like, did you take a look at Australia? The price of energy went up. It basically doubled during the time that the carbon tax was around. And what the liberal is going to do with that, like, let's say it's a quantifiable truth, okay? And the liberal looks at this he's going to look at the information, the evidence, ignore it, and just double down on his position. And this happens to the majority of human beings on the face of the earth. That's why we have the level of polarization that we have today.
I don't do that. I've changed my positions on.
No, it's not something that happens with everyone, but I don't think it will always happen with everyone. Yeah, right.
You think the majority of people do this then? Like
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll agree with the majority, at least.
Yeah, if you imagine, Mycroft, what would be the point of people looking for things that are in the top 10?
That's just fucking sad.
It is sad, but people do that. They think, what's the most popular, and people don't necessarily even vote depending on what they want. They depend on what will win.
You and I fucking argue about all kinds of shit all the time, and like, you've swayed me on certain things.
That's because I'm right.
People's political identities. people's political identities revolve around what the political party is telling them, like whatever's politicized. Like for conservative, it'll be this idea of well, I'm not 100% sure, but for like liberals, it's like climate change and all that sort of stuff, right?
Yeah, but you were talking about agency, right? Like people don't have agency.
It's no agency is something. Just because somebody has agency doesn't mean that they cannot relinquish it.
Well, they choose not to use it, I'm sure, but they still have it.
No, what I'm saying is they're deferring to somebody else.
And what I'm saying is there's no choice because of the way the human brain is works.
In some cases, people can't really choose their own thoughts. It's sort of like that they are their thoughts. It's like you can't choose your own inherent nature to an extent.
Well, if that were true, I wouldn't have changed opinions on multiple subjects.
It's not. I don't think you
change on you.
I don't think
most people will balance their opinions,
right? Did you necessarily? Did you think like? Whatever, with that information,
let me give you
information. You either believed it or you didn't, right?
I can give you an example. My cousin was actually shot by the police and killed because he decided to joyride a car, and for the longest time I was very much in the camp of gun control, and what changed my mind was on this subject and on the Second Amendment, honestly, was talking to people that were gun advocates, like the people that have actually they use firearms for hunting and whatnot, and I looked at it and I said, okay, well, I can understand, like, yes, my cousin was killed because of firearms, but to an extent I can understand the necessity and the reason for the Second Amendment. I changed my opinion based on that, even past a family member died.
But that's you. Are you everybody, Mycroft?
Yeah, and here's the point: is that whatever like arguments that you heard that changed your position, did you choose for it to make sense to you? Did you choose to like you heard the concept, you heard the arguments, you saw the information, and then did you think, I'm going to think that this makes sense to me now? I'm going to think that this sounds logical.
Well,
or is it just this sounds logical to me? This makes sense to me.
I would say that I had the agency to make that decision. Yes.
Okay. Well, which political leaning were you at the time?
Don't have one. I've never had
one. Okay. Well. Like whoever's identifying as either like liberal, conservative, or whatever is going to adopt the policies of that political party because it's become politicized. Look what happened with climate change, right? You have two different schools of thought. You have climate change is happening, climate change is not happening. That is this discussion that we're having these days.
No, it's really not though. The discussion that's happening in climate change is whether it's man-made or not. It's about.
That's of no relevance.
Well, it's the same thing. It's the same fucking thing. Because science has quantifiable evidence saying that climate change is man-made.
But this is the thing: the people that are arguing against man-made climate change are not arguing against the concept of climate change.
Yes, they are.
They're saying that climate change is happening.
No, they're not.
They're disagreeing.
No, they're not. They're not. Every time there's a cool spot, they're saying, see, it's fine. And then when somebody shows them the evidence that suggests that they're completely full of shit, they kind of go, well, no, it's not. It may be warming, but it's not due to us. All they're doing is trying to mitigate the blame. That's all they're trying to do is mitigate blame all the time.
I don't know about that, man, because everybody that I've talked to on that side of this, on that side of the argument, has basically said, no, we agree that climate change is happening.
Have you tried talking to scientists? I know they're experts, and experts know nothing, but do you not think that experts...
Well, that's the thing, though, is that there are scientists out there that disagree.
Mate, there is a scientist. There is a scientist out there right now, Mycroft. Yeah, just imagine it. A scientist sat in his office, tapping away, making up a new blog right now, and he thinks that we're created by God. There's a scientist right now trying to convince you and I that intelligent design is a thing.
Yeah. Even so, that's not going to stop me from questioning things, my dude.
Okay, so what you're saying is that, so are you saying that because there is a scientist out there, somebody who studies science, who is questioning biology to the point where he thinks, doesn't it mean that God made it? That person, because that person exists, the same principle should be.
I'm going to entertain the idea until I can prove it wrong.
That's right. That's right. And you know what? Yeah. What's your name again, Mycroft?
Mycroft.
So, do I know that for a fact?
Do you?
No, I don't. I don't know it for a fact, Mycroft. So let's just sit there. Instead of me calling you Mycroft from this point on, I'll just call you the person. And until I have definitive proof that your name is that, I can't call you that.
Sure.
So, person, do you really honestly think that if you say, right, okay, pretty much 99% of all of the evidence that's going towards one particular thing means that it might not be, because 1% that just so happen to be in the employ of people who really don't want that to happen are saying otherwise, then it must be otherwise.
I don't.
That's a made-up number, by the way.
I don't. Here's the thing, though, is that to be honest with you, I've heard. If we're talking about climate change, I'm assuming we're still in that conversation.
Only America has that conversation going. Only America.
Mycroft, I'll put it very simply. Why are people, why are scientists saying that climate change is an issue? It doesn't earn them any money.
They're not just saying. They are going to school. They are entering careers. They are specializing for like a period of a decade, entering their fields, and then doing research for another decade, coming out with a paper, multiply that by, whatever you want. It's a quantifiable truth. Climate change is real. It's man-made. And if you think it isn't, then you're an idiot.
At some point or another, you do have to say that. At some point or another.
Well, I was
how many times has someone got to have their dick in your ass for you to say, you know what, I feel as if I'm being fucked in the ass? How many times does somebody kind of go, you know what, yeah, the guy who's fucking you in the ass right now paid me to say that you're not being fucked in the ass right now. So I want you to give that, a day in court.
May I replying directly to the chat, Mr. Go-Go or Agogo, or I'm certain that you will type in what I should be calling you. The people that claim that climate change is a load of rubbish are paid by people who want them to say climate change is load of rubbish.
99%
of scientists who say that actually it's a bit naughty. Let's do something about this.
I don't feel like that's an argument.
Are not paid.
There are quite a lot.
by
There are quite a lot of people, even the U.S. government, that are paid, that support man-made climate change. They're getting paid for this opinion.
That's a load of shit.
No, it's true.
I'm sorry, Mycroft. There are more scientists. It doesn't. They achieve nothing through it. It's like the
there's a huge boatload of grant money that goes into climate change research, and it doesn't necessarily have to have any sort of result for them to still get the money anyway.
Oh my God. I'm not having this discussion. This is just like idiotic.
No, come on, bring it on. Apparently this still needs to be said. Apparently, is that people who are working in the same lobbyist group that they used to do with cigarettes are now working for oil. Apparently, these are people that require trust. Because as long as they can spill out some sort of argument that basically kind of goes, well, you don't know absolutely 100% for sure, that is apparently a legitimate argument that means that they deserve 50% of the share of trust.
I never made a claim. I never made a claim about climate change.
It's just because I've had.
I was simply.
In his defense, he hasn't
so many
times that he hasn't actually yet made a claim about it.
I was simply making the argument because what I was hearing here is that there are people being paid to make the opposite claim against climate change. Well, if you look at the people that are in government, yes, their mandates are based on supporting this particular position. Right?
That's not an argument.
Well, it is something that needs to be said because
begging your pardon, Mycroft, yeah, but people need energy in this world. Can you imagine somebody who is looking for energy in this world, whether it be ecologically or whether it be, say, from the sun,
sure.
You know, all that sort of business, yeah? Now, if you were to say to that person, hang on a second, aren't you being paid to find out what would be the best course of action for us? That's not the same as somebody being paid by a company that, if the best course of action were to be enacted, would lose out. That is a different set of criteria and a different motivation.
That's the American way.
Can I interject here and say, with regard to the whole climate change debate, even though I think it's undeniable that that global warming is a reality has the strength in the argument, I think people use that as a way to sort of overreact to the issue and say, oh my God, this is the biggest, most pressing issue ever. We must do every single little thing to do. I mean, I honestly don't think it's that important of an issue that everyone should be talking about. Yes, in the long term, it's a very important issue.
Have you tidied your room recently?
How long do you want it to be?
Yeah, it is a very important issue. It's not something
not
that
a long-term thing.
It's
now.
more important than SJWs. It's more important than who is elected this year. It's more important than Trump. It's more important than fucking. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is way more important than any leader. No, not really. No.
You know what's funny though is that I've actually heard climate scientists say that we're already past a point where
400 parts per million. Yes, that's
this is why I disagree.
No backsies.
Right.
But the reason I disagree,
I will say, you know what? Hang on, I want to make this point real quick because this is.
I want Fox from the West to talk.
Yeah, let Fox
speak. To talk for like the last 5 minutes, and you just keep interrupting him.
That's what Mycroft does. Leave him alone.
Yeah, that's what I do. Go ahead.
I was going to say, with regards to the sort of climate change debate, it is an issue. I'm not saying it's not an issue, and I take the side of the people that say it's a genuine issue. I completely agree with that. I just think it's a very long-term thing, and I think people, just because the evidence is completely on the side of the, I guess we'll say the liberals, as opposed to sort of more conservative doctrine, people are using that as an excuse to say that this is a massive, massive current pressing issue. And
No,
yes,
that's not the truth. That's not the truth, Fox. The fact that it is being turned into a left-right debate is pathetic. For the UK,
Yeah, I agree.
For the UK, for example, the person who actually started this whole process was Margaret Thatcher. So as far as it being a left-right thing, it's bullshit. And as far as conservatives, out of all of the people in the world who should be conserved with conservation, it would be conservatives.
Yes, I agree.
So it's not to do. It's zero to do with the left and the right. It's to do with the moneyed and the not.
I'm just saying that that's the way it's being portrayed. I don't agree with it. It's the same thing with the skeptic community. That's what people call it. It doesn't mean I have to agree with it, but that's what people call it.
Yeah. That wasn't. Yeah, it's kind of irrelevant to Fox's point, isn't it? It's not relevant to Fox's point. Let him keep going because he was going to make a point there.
Well, he made the point.
Well, I did.
Did you not understand it?
Let me paraphrase what Fox.
Back in a moment.
And Fox, you can interrupt me if I'm wrong. The whole the way the people are approaching informing others about climate change and its impact to the world is a little hyperbolic.
Yes, I'd probably say that. And I'm not saying it's not an issue. I completely agree it's an issue, and I'm on their side on this. I just think there are better ways to sort of present it. I mean, we don't need... This is why the Green Party is currently a joke in Britain, is because even though they have other policies outside of the, green measures, they're just going to be remembered as, they're just environmentalists. That's all they stand for. I think it is an issue.
Does that make them wrong?
No, I'm not saying it makes them wrong. I'm saying it's not productive.
That is what they have to fight. That is what we as that is basically them saying, "Oh, this is happening," and their class. It's like having Corbyn described as loony left, the commie red.
I'll be honest with you guys. I don't really give half a shit about the Earth, to be honest with you. Nor do I give half a shit about climate change. I'm kind of on the same boat as Stephen Hawking. Right?
No, you're not, man.
Stephen Hawking cares about climate change, dude.
You are so not.
No, I understand what he said, but he's also.
Stephen Hawking will actually be appearing on Stephen Crowder.
That's like saying, man, I really don't care about all this genocide. I'm on the same page as Gandhi.
Give me a second.
No, let him explain.
Can you give me? Okay. Look, Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking has said quite a lot about climate change. But he's also said that the primary focus of humanity should be getting off of this fucking planet, right? And
which is true. I agree.
To be honest with you,
so
that's the thing that I care about. We shouldn't be putting resources into worrying about this vessel that we're on right now. We should be worrying about getting the fuck off of this planet.
That's not what Stephen
my children, my grandchildren will
I'm looking at a fucking quote by him right now, Pascal.
Yeah.
Do you want me to send it to you, bitch?
How far back?
I know what Stephen Hawking has been saying, and Stephen Hawking, what he says is that putting all of our eggs in one basket, having one single colony in the solar system, is not a good idea.
Will not work in this world.
That's my
position.
position.
And I agree with Stephen Hawking on that issue, because I think it's important to conserve the Earth, but we shouldn't throw our entire resources at it. I think there's better ways.
He's not saying we shouldn't save the Earth.
Let's not destroy one planet. Let's make this one planet that 99% of us are going to live on.
No,
is it not important to keep that bit pretty in a reasonable state of affairs before we go stomping off to colonize other planets?
All Stephen Hawking is saying, is not to put all of our eggs in one basket, because let's say if an asteroid happens to be in a collision course with Earth and it hits the Earth, we're all dead. Humanity's gone. That's it. He's not against saving the planet we currently have. He just wants to encourage space travel.
Wacky that he said that at a climate fucking conference. Huh? Yeah.
Well, if you can imagine a asteroid hitting the atmosphere and basically roasting it, hitting the ground and then pushing up enough debris that the atmosphere is said destroyed, yeah, that's an ecological problem.
But it's not necessarily going to happen.
Well,
yes, it is.
Well,
It's
yeah,
not-
that's the thing. That's the thing.
Yes.
That is the thing, Fox. Believe it or not. But as far as if we're going to talk about relative, what's the word? Threats to the human species, yeah, asteroids will be there secondary to something like us killing ourselves because we really need cheap.
Robin, by the way, we can see you looking at your private messages. Just saying.
I know, I don't care.
Yeah, the stream can't see it. Only we can.
But yeah, I mean, as far as sort of like you're talking about political expediency, the SJWs are taking over. That pales into insignificance, really.
And as far as asteroids hitting the planet and wiping out all life on Earth, it's just a matter of when.
Yes, but with regards to what you're saying, Robin, with regards to
fine. Therefore, let's just fuck the planet. It's going to happen anyway, so we'll just destroy it.
No, what we can do is we can start putting our resources into our space program and try to come up with countermeasures. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, we could have like a shuttle that would play curling with these asteroids.
Yeah, but he's
and start
black.
Wiggling around.
We don't listen to people like that.
Right, Robin, I'm going to give you an analogy, and I don't know if this is a perfect analogy to what you're saying.
Analogize away, Mr. Fox.
Have you played Age of Empires 2?
No.
All right, well, there's two victory conditions. You either win by taking over people's city, or if you build a wonder, which is a wonder victory. The way I sort of see it is the issues that are being discussed now are more immediate but less potent. But still, they're still potent by all means, but they are less potent than global warming. However, global warming...
You mean a planet survivable is less potent than whether the SJWs take over?
I'm saying it's more potent. I'm saying it's more potent, actually. But I'm saying it's a much longer process.
Yes, that's generally where science is having its struggle. Beforehand, it was called global warming, and people thought, oh, global warming sounds lovely, can't wait. And then they went climate change. And then they went, oh, hang on, climates change all the time. That's called the weather. And we went, fuck it, we'll just call it the planet doesn't like you and it's your fault.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, though. That's sort of my argument. Like, we can continue having this debate about climate change, right? And you're gonna have. Well, here's the thing, but you are, though. You're gonna continue having this argument with a bunch of people that do not like what you're saying, and they're going to rile up a whole bunch of people that are going to disagree with you. So we can have this game of much ado about bullshit, or we can get off the fucking planet, and then we don't have to give a fuck about what the hell happens to the planet Earth.
Okay, but we're not going to get off the planet.
That's a really
or any further planet that we colonize, because when we ruin that planet, fuck it, we'll just find another one. It's all good, baby.
Yep.
What do you want to do? Do you want to go to Mars?
Sure.
Have you lived in Antarctica for the most of your life?
I'd happily go to fucking Mars at this point.
Yeah, Mars isn't exactly like a utopia. It is somewhat of a...
I almost signed up.
Nobody's saying it will be a utopia. Nobody's saying it will even be good. But compared to an Earth that is destroyed, it's better than the alternative, isn't
But this
it?
idea that...
What, a planet that doesn't have a core that is churning around, creating a...
Well, it's better than no fucking Earth, isn't it?
Well, I'd rather have an atmosphere.
Well,
Thanks.
Can I play Counter-Strike there? That's all that I care about.
You can't play Counter-Strike there.
Here's an idea. How about instead of this, we treat the what scientists are saying, and this goes to your point, Fox, and my cross point. It's not hyperbolic. We need to start doing shit right now, or else we're fucked. It's really that simple. It is the most important thing that is occurring on planet Earth at this moment.
Literally, no one cares though. So what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna keep talking about it.
Well, people try
By
to make
us,
them
you don't
care.
actually mean us. You mean world leaders, right? Because
Your
we
mic is really loud.
can actually do anything about it.
Yeah.
I'm
Drew, your
talking
mic-
about people who
Tell
are.
me how you're gonna convince China, for example, to stop burning coal.
I don't have to convince China. China's already leading the way in that regard.
But you do.
China's already doing it, dude. China's doing a better job than the United States.
We still have coal washing up on our shores from China, my dude. They're not.
But their production per capita.
That's your legal point.
Well, they're not burning it,
have
then, are they?
coal pushing up on the beach, so everything's fine.
Like I keep seeing this point come up again and again. It's like, well, if other people are doing it, then fuck it. That's not an argument.
The idea is
That's America.
This is funny though. This is that this is
Mycroft, have a look at the chat.
This is coming from a Canadian who your carbon tax is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my fucking life.
It's working in BC, dude.
Yeah, you've got 30 million people there. You guys are actually the lowest producer of any carbon on the planet.
No, actually,
Well, that means it's working.
We are on par per capita with the United States.
Prior to these measures.
Right.
Okay, so so prior to these measures, they were producing a lot of carbon, and now they're not.
No, prior to these measures, they were producing a very, very small, like percentage wise of the entire planet anyway of carbon, very, very small amount. Like the carbon tax itself is just another way for the government to come rob your pockets, my dude.
It's not, for fuck's sakes. And this is semantics anyways. Like, we have a problem, which is man-made climate change, and we need to do something about it. Okay, carbon tax is off the table. What I want to do is I want the Republican Party in the fucking United States to start coming up with ideas themselves instead of saying, la 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 la, oh, it doesn't exist, blah blah blah, this whole consensus thing is all bullshit. Like, grow a fucking brain. You are the second biggest CO2 producer in the fucking planet, and you're fucking everybody over. Let's cut that shit out.
Yeah, there is, Mycroft, what you're doing is you're presenting yourself in a position in diametric opposition. And you're basically using sort of like kind of going, okay, I'll say this, a carbon tax isn't the way forward. I say this because I'm thinking that it should be fines and prison sentences, not legalized bribery. There is a difference.
You know what I think? You know what I think the best way, if you really want to move away from the carbon footprint,
let's just level the United States.
Let's just take a fucking big hole.
This is my suggestion, and I don't think you guys are gonna like it, but nuclear.
You're probably right. Go on.
Nuclear isn't the worst idea.
I was going to say also with regards to, there's another line of thinking that doesn't necessarily have to be taxing the corporations. In fact, it could be the opposite. In order to incentivize them to use clean alternatives, we could theoretically, I'm not saying it's necessarily a good idea, I'm just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks here, but tax breaks for corporations that do use, sustainable and clean energy.
Yeah, that is something that I would really love the Conservative Party of the United States to propose instead of saying it doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
We need to be on intellectual. We need to be on intellectual parity. We need to acknowledge that the problem is there.
Yeah, we're not going to tax
Mycroft, what kind of answer is?
We're not. No, fuck you. We're not going to fucking tax
our
people. We're not going to tax our people for a problem that.
That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying.
It's totally opposite.
What Fox said is giving a tax subsidy to the companies that are going green.
No, that I agree with. That's fine. I'm totally okay.
Well, I
with
mean, arguably at this point, we're just arguing about. But here's the thing: if we're talking about tax breaks versus carbon tax, aren't we really just arguing about? Are we really just arguing about the extent of a carbon tax rather than businesses that produce more carbon are getting taxed more. In one situation, it's tax the clean ones less, and the other one it's tax the other ones more. Tax the dirtier ones more.
I'm okay.
It's not,
I'm okay with,
at this point, the situation is still.
They do it for
it's still
smoking.
a tax differential. That's it.
Yeah, I'm okay with tax.
Speaking of smoking, I'll be right back.
If you want to give a company a tax break for moving towards something that's using less carbon emissions, whatever, that's fine. I'm totally okay with that. I'm not okay with this carbon tax bullshit. This is why I'm making fun of Mr. Canadian up there. Because this carbon tax nonsense that they've got going up there doesn't do a goddamn thing to stop their pretend problem, because they don't actually have a problem in Canada. They don't actually produce enough carbon to be a problem. The reason that they're doing this is because Trudeau's got it in his head. Well, the Canadians, they're particular people that care about these particular issues. So, this is a great way to throw another tax on them, and this is what they're doing.
Hang on. I'm sort of neutral on the sort of carbon tax thing. I don't know enough about it to make a decision, but you said there that Canada isn't doing enough to contribute to the carbon problem. Now, okay, that's understandable, but every little helps, doesn't it?
I'm sure it does, and I'm sure that's exactly the way that Trudeau is selling it. But here's the thing: go look at the carbon emissions from Canada prior to this tax. Minimal, very minimal.
Okay, so your point here is that the solution is being applied in a place where the problem isn't big enough, and that it needs. What's your complaint here?
Like, I don't understand why that's an argument. I mean, you agree with me that it's every little helps. I'm sure there's another reason why you feel that way. It's just you're not explaining it.
No, because I don't agree with the taxation. That's the one thing that I don't agree with.
Yeah, that's fine, but I don't see how that's.
There are. Okay, well, how many Canadians do you know? Anybody?
I know a few. Not a couple.
Do you know what's going on with their electricity prices lately?
Nope.
No, they're skyrocketing. Do you want to know why?
Why?
Their electricity prices are skyrocketing right now because of the taxation that's gone on within their own country. How much do you pay for electricity for your house? Do you know?
Good question.
Mine's all expenses paid, actually, so I don't know. I technically don't pay anything.
They're paying the equivalent of around $500 to $600 a month for their electricity right now. It's fucking ridiculous. And the government has come out with particular subsidies that are supposed to offset that, and they're also trying to use green energy to offset these problems as well. It's not doing anything. The government measures that they put out there have actually increased the price of electricity. And this carbon tax is just another thing that they've thrown onto these people that are now having to fucking deal with this crap. So I'm sorry, I don't agree with the carbon tax. I just don't. I personally, I think I'm okay with the subsidies idea, like the idea of giving tax breaks to corporations to encourage them to take these routes, sure. But putting that burden on the people of a country, no, absolutely not. Carbon tax is garbage.
So where should it be placed?
Well,
Care
gonna go with China. Gonna go with China.
Okay, how about this then? Okay, so what you do is you do the carbon tax, plus you make sure that they can't like businesses can't just shove that price onto the consumer.
My point of contention.
I mean, you can regulate prices as well with the government. So if Canada is not regulating prices, then that's something that can be solved with more government policy.
Well, my point of contention isn't the fact that the means, like, I don't care, just get it done. Because right now what's happening is it's like two people are in a room, there's a baby on the floor with a razor blade, and they're debating whether or not there is a baby on the floor with a razor blade. Instead of like coming up with a solution to get the fucking thing out of the
That's a great metaphor, dude. Really.
Why a baby with a razor blade? That seems
It doesn't really matter.
Because it's meant to pull on your heartstrings. Does it make that? Don't you feel bad now?
Well, what would you prefer? That or the fact that your grandchildren are actually going to roast? Because hey,
it's a thing. It's a thing that is happening that some people are willing to deny in order to remain to keep their some sort of political expediency. Look, there's a lot of people that have got a lot of money riding on oil. We know this.
Yeah,
there's a lot of people that have got a lot of money riding on whether that oil continues for the next 20 to 30
And you have
years.
to understand and appreciate that reality, because you're not going to be able to stop that.
No, we don't have to accept that as a reality. Fuck off.
Well, you can accept that as a reality, and you have to mitigate against it.
How?
Yeah.
Please tell me.
Well, personally pointing out that
Please tell me
dude.
how you're going to personally stop the global oil trade.
I'm not going to stop the global oil trade. The oil's going to be, like, even if we all went electric, there'd still be an oil trade.
Mycroft, so what you're saying is that because this is what happens, this is what's always happened, we can't stop it, therefore, bollocks, we'll just let it happen.
Simply talking practical reality, sir.
And to the point of expediency, like right now, we have, what was it, India? India just experienced a 50-degree heat wave where the roads, the asphalt was literally melting. People were walking across it and leaving their sandals because it would get stuck in the road. This is a country with 1 billion people who has nuclear capabilities. Okay?
Yeah, I've literally had that happen to me here in Arizona. What's your point?
And with the fact that they're paying attention to it, but you're not. That is the point.
Literally had we have that happen all the time. We've had recycling bins melt in the sun over here for fucking decades.
Well, that's brilliant. Nice one. Excellent.
No, I'm sorry. Is that supposed to be news?
Yeah.
Or what?
What's going to happen is that
It
area.
doesn't happen generally, but it's happening more regularly. Isn't that more news?
What's going to happen is that area is going to become uninhabitable, and these people are going to need some place to go.
Like Arizona. See, sell it to him in his world. Mycroft, people find that the places that they're living in sucks ass. They're going to move where you are.
Yeah. You think the migrant crisis
You'll have to
is
speak
bad
to
now?
people. Yeah, you'll have to speak to people. Locally, in your real life.
And not just using
the refugee crisis the refugee crises we have now are nothing in comparison to what we will be seeing in the next few decades.
No, they would just go to Europe. That'll be funny. Congratulations.
Yeah,
just a couple more packies. It's fine, guys. All right.
Well,
and meanwhile,
that just shows how bad your country is if people want to come here rather than you.
No, we have to deal with that.
Your country sucks.
I think this actually leads into a very sort of another interesting point with regards to relocation and an aging population, because I am sort of somewhat changing the subject here, but with regards to the aging population, and I will say why it's relevant. with more people moving into an area, you're going to have more and more people, and who are the people that contribute the least to an area? The elderly, because they've passed their prime. So
yeah, we've already paid.
Pardon? Yeah, he's not saying.
Paid.
No.
I have paid for the last
he's not
40
saying this.
years.
He's not.
Are you now telling me that I don't count because I paid for 40 years?
Not. He is
It's
not.
my.
Look, you didn't even listen to. You didn't even listen to his point. All he was saying is that they do contribute less. That is true. In the present, old people are no longer contributing a lot of the time.
Can't we all get along?
Hang on a sec. Can I jump in?
Yeah, and no one is saying that they deserve. They don't deserve to contribute. They have the right to contribute less, and they do. They do. That's exactly what they've done.
For fucking
Here's what I would suggest personally, as opposed to making life about waiting until you're 60 and then getting the luxuries of retirement. Why not instead make life easier for people earlier down the road in exchange for reducing things such as state pension, which take an absolute trickle. You know, I'm not saying get rid of state pension entirely. I'm saying.
Oh, so you want me to reduce? Can I
just?
No.
I'm sorry. Hang on. One sec. I gotta go. So, Robin, thank you very much for having me.
No, it's all right, mate. I'm actually going to call this a night because it is now 2:00 in the morning. We've had a good 4 hours, 4.5.
All right.
That's and I know it's a short one for the open house. I'm sorry. If you'd like to take up that issue with your local MP, I await their letter. But for now, it's just me saying goodbye to Stircore, J, Queen, Vara. We need to talk about that thing. Searle, FM, Spino, Grimmy, amazing SJW, who didn't say a goddamn thing the whole way through. Focus Break, Airthrin, Object in Space, who was very quiet. Fox in the West, Mycroft, Pascal, and all those on the side chat. Thank you very much for turning up. But I need to go to bed because I've got a nice warm woman waiting for me. What the fuck am I doing with you people? So see ya. Wouldn't want to be ya.
Have a good night, everybody.
Hey, Pascal.